Done it. Yeah. Welcome to Harrup Park, live from Mackay. So we're in the first over here at Harrup Park, and apologies for the slight delay in video and commentary. As we see Steve Jennings taking the first over for the Australian Aboriginal team, and current score none for six, with an edge through slips, and we saw, unfortunately, Matty Lewis injure himself, and we'll see if we can get some reports on that. And he's been taken from the field, so disappointing way to start the tournament for Matty. Playing a miss outside off stump by Jed Mensforth, who's the current striker, and he is opening the batting with Paul Ryan. And it's a little bit breezy here at Mackay, but a bit of rain overnight. But the covers were down, the pitch was rock hard. We had the toss of the coin, which Australia won. Richie Saniga chose to bat. See the ball down the leg side again, and they scamper through for a quick single, and that's a bye, taking the score to 7. We now see Paul Ryan, the left-hander, taking his first delivery, representing Australia, coming out of New South Wales. Also the driving force and founder of Crick Info, or Crick Connect, I think it is, isn't it? Crick Connect. Doing a great job for cricket in New South Wales and all around Australia. So the current field is we have a 3 slips, the gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward, square leg, fine leg, and a third man, I think. Another delivery down the leg side, no run. All the teams arrived yesterday, and we had a magnificent night over at the Great Barrier Reef Stadium out on the deck, looking out over the magnificent ground. You see Steve Jennings come into bowl again. A forward defensive shot there by Paul Ryan out to mid-off. And we've got one delivery remaining of the first over. That's the completion of the first over. Current score is none for 6. Paul Ryan yet to score, and Jed Mensforth off the mark with the 4 through slips. I may have started off by saying that it's quite windy day here in Mackay. We're sitting up on the first floor in the open, overlooking the ground. So if you're picking up any of the wind, we apologise for that, but that one's out of our control. My name's Anthony Telfer, and looking forward to bringing commentary to you over the course of the entire week, with one game being played each day, and we're planning to have all games played at Harrup Park number 3. The new bowler for the Aboriginal team is Elf Jennings. Elf Newman, sorry about that. right arm over, bowling to Jed Mensforth. By the off stump, through to the keeper. And this is the very first game of over 55's cricket played anywhere in the world at an international level, even though the Aboriginal team are an over 50s team, and it's their first time out on the park representing their culture. And that's hit over the top. A backward point by Jet out towards the boundary, and a dive out there by the fielder. Looks like they've saved a run there. So they stamp it through for 2. Taking the score now to 9 runs. We'll see if we can get a report on Matty Lewis's condition as soon as we can. Sitting down on the boundary line at the moment, getting lots of love and attention by the Australian boys. That's good to see. All outside off stump there. Allowed to pass through to the keeper. So if you haven't been to Mackay before, we're in the Harrup Park Sporting Precinct, which is where they played the Indigenous national competition last week. And they were only able to use one ground. This ground was underwater last week, so great work by the curators. And that's a great shot there by Jed, and that's cut away to the boundary behind point for 4 runs. Great shot. Don't bowl there to Jed Mensforth, who hails out of Mildura and represents the Hills Flurio team in the Veterans competition in Adelaide. Represented South Australia at the Nationals, both 50s and 55's. And recently completed an innings or a series in Mildura in the Spirit of Cricket Festival, playing for Australia A. And wide outside the off stump again. But we have about 5 ovals here at Harrup Park. The main Great Barrier Reef Oval is directly behind where you're looking currently. Set up over there. Play and miss outside off stump, probably bat on pad through to the keeper, and that's the completion of the second over. And Australia currently none for 13. Getting my head around where all the information is. So none for 13 off 2. So Steve Jennings will resume his second over from the southern end with the wind, which is probably blowing at 20 to 30 knots, I would say. 20 to 30 kilometres maybe, I don't know. Anyway, it's windy up here. So he's got the wind directly behind him. And he has a wicket. What a catch there by the keeper. A bit of a miss grab, outside edge through to the keeper, and he caught it behind him. And you get to see that replay. So unfortunately, Paul Ryan is out without scoring. But a great delivery and a great line of length there by Steve Jennings. Gets his first wicket for the Australian Aboriginal over 50 team. So disappointment there for Paul. Just waiting to see who the next batsman is going to be. Will be Matthew Drain, coming in at number 3. And comes out of Victoria, currently living in Ballarat. Played a lot of Premier cricket over the time, for both Essendon and also Carlton. Coached at Carlton as well for a number of years. So we wish Matty Drain all the best. Starts to make his way onto the boundary and onto the ground. So 1 for 13, an early loss to the Australian team. Great work there by Steve Jennings, picking up his first wicket. And Lee was the keeper. So first delivery from Matty Drain. Jennings right on the money there, and a forward defensive shot there by Matty. Matthew will be keen to score well here today. First time representing Australia and was presented a baggy green last night. Great line again there from Jennings. Right on the money, making Matty Drain commit to every delivery. Well left outside the off stump there by Matty Drain. Working with monkeys up here on the live scoring score box here at Jack Lancaster Oval, number 3 at Harrup Park in Mackay. You see Steve Jennings come in down the leg side, and Matty's worked that round the corner for one, probably a leg by there off the hip. Yes, signalled leg by. And that's the completion of the third over. I hope this sound is coming through to you. I've got the thumbs up now from the monkey down there with his cap on the back. He said, "There's no sound working." I said, "Did you turn the sound up on the phone?" That's good. Now all we need to know is it sync in time, and thumbs up as well. So that's great news. So you are hearing me loud and clear out there in land. Thanks for all the feedback too on our live chat. So hopefully you can hear us now. If it's not loud enough, let me know and I can crank it up. Lawrence Jennings said, "Turn your microphone up, please." So hopefully that's a supporter of Steve because they've been celebrating. As we see the ball go out to the boundary line, deep mid-wicket there. And pulled up just inside the boundary line. The boundaries here are 55 metres. Ground is lightning fast. The score now goes to 17. Matty drains off the mark with a very nice shot, 3 wicket for 3. And that's a wide delivery. Like follow umpire, arms in the air. Umpire officiating from this end, and he looks after the local umpires association here in Mackay, and very grateful for their support here this week. Great delivery there again. Worked out to mid-off and no run. Current score is 1 for 18. Might just have a look at the field of Alfie Newman. He's got a mid-off, cover, a point, gully, 2 slips, fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. Comes into bowl, right arm over. Jed Mensforth, who slashes at that ball and it goes just in front of the diving fielder at point. It looks like JJ, Johnny Jewis. They scamper through for a single there. Now to 18. The loss of 1 wicket. Ryan back in the pavilion. Richie Saniger wants to know if the manual scoreboard's working, and yes, it is. It's a manual scoreboard, mate. It works by itself. You've got to change the numbers. No run there. Matthew Drain on strike. Bowl again. On the back foot. Punches it to mid-off, but no run again. So very tidy bowling here from Alfie Newman. And the ball down through mid-on, misfielded, and that races away to the boundary. Lightning fast ground here at Harrup Park number 3. And a lovely shot by Matthew Drain, taking him now, I think, up to 7 runs. Some cracking shots there by Jed Mensforth. Races to 15, just 13 deliveries. See Steve Jennings come into bowl again. And that's worked down to fine leg. Just for a single. Well fielded down there by Elf Newman. So the current score is 1 for 28. My monkeys have given me the thumbs up again. And if you're wondering who my monkeys are, it's Andrew Wheeler. Wheels is the team manager for the Australian over 50 team and doing an absolutely amazing job for them this week. Wide outside the off stump to Matthew Drain, and he lets the ball go through to the keeper in Peter Lee. So nice little fumble by Pete, but then jumped around behind him as it ricocheted out to take that catch off Paul Ryan. Ball worked out to mid-wicket. Very strong off his legs is Matthew Drain. You see a lot of the runs that he scores either straight down the ground or whipped away through mid-wicket. So it'll be important for Steve Jennings to try and get that ball off his legs, where he's very strong, and look to try and nick him off with 2 slips, a gully and a point. That's a short ball, and I think it's come off the glove or something, but it's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs. So it's off the bat. Didn't look or sound like it came off the bat, so it may have just come off the gloves. But an aggressive piece of bowling there by Steve Jennings. Don't see many bouncers at over 50, let alone over 55's cricket. So another boundary to Matthew Drain. Have a replay. Anyway, it's 1 for 32. Matthew Drain 11 off 12. Jed fourth 16 off 14 deliveries. Alfie Newman's going to continue bowling from this northern end, uphill into the breeze. One of the toughest jobs here at Mackay this weekend, I'd say. And that's down the leg side, and it's signalled a wide by umpire Colin. Another extra to the Australian score. Takes them to 1 for 33. But yes, tough conditions for any bowler bowling from this northern end with the breeze blowing straight in off the ocean here at Mackay today. See a bit of a miss hit there from Jed Mensforth, inside edge, and it squirted out to mid-on for no run. But the Cricket Australia Indigenous competition was here last week. Was supposed to play on all grounds, all 5 grounds, and fortunately with the rain that was had, I believe they had 250 mil of rain over the last 2 weeks, and the only ground that was playable was the main Great Barrier Reef Oval, and they converted all the games to T10s, and they were playing 7 games a day. So we're very grateful for the staff to be able to get on to number 3 here the entire week, and another cut shot, which was well filtered there by John Jewis, probably saved a couple of runs, and Jed gets another single, takes the score now to 17. Australians are now going along nicely at 1 for 34. Just asked Greg James to get out from behind the sight screen there. Hit Graney high on the thigh pad, so no run, no real appeal or shout from the Aboriginal boys. So Alfie Newman's bowled 2.4 overs and none for 17, and Steve Jennings bowled 3 overs and taken 1 wicket, 15 runs. Ball's allowed to pass through to the keeper again by Matthew Drain. Nice carry from Alfie through to the keeper as well. Peter Lee taking the ball around waist height, so indication the pitch is nice and hard. Another ball outside the off stump, allowed to pass through to the keeper again. Groundhog Day. That's the completion of Elfie's third over. Now has 3 overs, none for 17. And reports coming through from Matty Lewis and the Australian team that are looking after him that they believe he may have fractured his foot. So we don't know whether we'll be able to get Matty up the stairs to have a word with him, but we might get one of the Australian boys over to join me in commentary. Maybe we can find out a little bit more about Matty real soon. So terrible news for Matt. Put so much time and effort into this, and the last probably only 2 deliveries, I think. And in the field is a great shame. As we see, Steve Jennings commence his 4th over. Jed, and that's worked around the corner, picked up by Steve Lee, and Matty Drain scampers through for a leg bye. Another extra to the score. Talking to a few of the groundsmen yesterday here at Harrup Park, and they've got a team of about 7 or 8 currently that look after these grounds. I've heard reports that Australia and South Africa may be playing here later this year or early next year. So good feather in the cap as a inside edge squirted out to mid-wicket there. Rainey looking to go down the ground. So obviously Jennings is getting the ball just to nip back in a little bit there. Currently 37 people watching today, so thank you very much for tuning in. Thanks for those people that are engaging in the chat. Forward defensive there by Matthew Drain and no run. Touched on it earlier. The meet and greet last night at Harrup Park complex out on the decking overlooking the Great Barrier Reef Oval, and magnificent night there. Some great speeches by all teams. Great welcome to country also by Greg James. Much appreciated by all the people. Another forward defensive shot to mid-wicket, no run again. And then that was responded to by Scott McCarty from the Kiwis team. I'm not sure what language it was in. It was probably Maori, I would say. He responded in Maori. That was also well received by the large crowd in attendance last night. Great food, great atmosphere, lots of friends and reconnections made by all players who obviously played against each other over the last probably 5 or 6 years. And that ball's down the leg side and another wide there. The radar's off a little bit at the moment from Steve. Tough bowling with that breeze at the moment. Using the RJR 4-piece pink ball from Ryan Armstrong. Comes out of the Gold Coast. One of the best balls on the circuit at the moment in world cricket. Outside the off stump. Through to the keeper again. So just one delivery remaining in Steve's 4th over. Current field is 2 slips of gully. Point on the ring. Cover on the ring. Mid off, probably 5 metres off. Mid on. Same. Mid wicket on the ring and a fine leg. See Jennings that come over into Drainey, who plays and misses. Half-hearted, stifled appeal from Steve Jennings. That's the completion of his 4th over. Now has fine figures, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 16. A great start by Jeno. came across him in a game played at Harrup between Victoria and New South Wales over 50s in Aboriginal teams, and I was lucky enough to play as an invited guest in that New South Wales team and got the opportunity to keep to Steve, and that was on a hard wicket, so a lot of balls taken up at shoulder length, as we see Alfie straying on to Jed's legs this time, and he's whipped it away to the boundary for 4 runs. Great shot there by Jed. He races now to 21 from 19, so going at a strike rate of 110. And the Australians now going along nicely after that early setback. 1 for 40. So Jed has hit 3 boundaries so far in his innings of 21. Shorter left, which is Jed on back foot. Backward defensive shot. Most exciting thing for the guys that will play Australia and New Zealand will be later in the week. All of their scores and their figures. Have a delayed run up there from Elf. All of their scores and stats, runs, wickets, etc., are going to be recognised by the IMC. So a great initiative by the IMC to recognise those guys that represent their country in that Australia-New Zealand game. See a stop-start. Matty Drain got halfway down, and Jed said no, and Matty's campered back for no run there. So this will be the first time these two guys have obviously batted together. So I'll get to obviously learn how they both work with their running. Another drive down the ground by Jed. Mistimed again inside edge to mid-on. No run. And we're going to be joined shortly by Giz, one of the stalwarts of Australian veterans cricket in the commentary box, which will be a bit of fun. So we'll have to stop between overs and slow a ball outside off stump, and it's cracked away by Jed, but well fielded by John Jewis at point, and saves any run. But we'll be joined by Craig Gislingham, going to join us in the commentary box and probably give us a bit of a report and an update on how Matty Lewis is going, and probably give us a little bit of insight into Australian veterans cricket as well. And that's the completion of Alfie's over. So we'll be back for the next over shortly, and we'll be joined in the commentary box by Craig Gislingham. So welcome back. We've got Craig Gislingham here, better known as Giz around veterans cricket right around the world. Giz, welcome to sunny, windy Mackay.
Thanks, Telf. Thank you a lot. Yeah, it's a great place to be, actually. It is windy, but all these grounds are absolutely magnificent. You've got to see it.
Yeah, you're right there. It probably doesn't show up how good the ground actually is in the live stream. It was underwater a week ago, so they've cut it right down after obviously all the water evaporated and drained away, but it's lightning fast. The pitch is an absolute belter. I bet you'll love to have a bat on that. Probably not a bowl later, but definitely would like to have a bat, Giz.
Oh, look, it's amazing. The wicket we turned up, we couldn't believe it. They had all the groundsmen here. They got 100 groundsmen. They had the covers all over the place. And we knew we were in for a good day when you walked up and had a look at that wicket. And they're preparing another wicket also for later next week. And yeah, just the outfield's beautiful. Everything's great. Couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, no, the groundsmen here, I believe they've got a team of 7, Giz, and they were all out here this morning and doing a great job getting the covers off, the hessians off, rolling the pitch, marking the lines. They didn't have to mow the oval. They rolled the pitch, obviously, that will be used later in the week, which is to the right of the one that they're currently playing at. As we see Matthew Drain hit the ball down to mid-off for no run. Now, Giz, everyone wants to know what's going on with Matty Lewis after 2 balls. He's come off the field. We believe it's a fractured foot or something, but maybe you can share some news of how Matty's travelling.
Matty, second ball, his spikes got stuck in the ground and he kept going and rolled his ankle. Now, when Matty was younger, he had problems with that side of his ankle and he sort of got a fair idea what it is. He thinks he may have broken it. He said there's no ligaments there, so it can't be that. So our Wheels over here is trying to get him to go get an X-ray, and he goes, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to know what it is. I'm just going to soldier on when I can. So good on Matty. But, yeah, he's in a lot of pain. He's got ice on his foot, and hopefully he comes good soon.
Yeah, that's shocking news for Matty Lewis. He's put so much time and effort into getting this Australian over 50s Aboriginal team together, and for that to happen so soon in this tournament is a crying shame, and our thoughts and best wishes go out to him, and hopefully we can get him back out on the park, maybe ice it up for the rest of the day and maybe strap it, knowing Matty will probably get out there with a runner and try and flog a few, maybe flog you over the pitch, mate.
We'll wait and see, mate. Hey, look, where we're staying with the Aboriginal 11 or the over 50s team. We've got the New Zealanders with us too. So we're all sitting down today having breakfast. You know, it was great. We get the same bus together. So the camaraderie between all the teams is amazing. And Matty, to his credit, is a big part of that. He's introducing all the guys around. And, you know, he greets you with a handshake and a hug. And, you know, I really hope he comes good because it's been his baby to get this team up and going for a couple of years. And he's finally got it. And to see what happened to him is it's a bit rough. So, yeah, hope he comes good.
Yeah, look, I think the best thing about that is that he's got probably 30 mates here, probably more. They're all going to wrap their arms around him and make sure that he gets up and he's up and about as soon as possible. And looks like we've got a bit of a bowling change here. And it's, need my sheet here. It's Percy Raveneau, who's going to replace Alfie Newman from this northern end. So Perce, left armour, he's going to do the hard work, pushing up into this blustery wind that's blowing off the sea at the moment. As we see Jed work the ball out to just in front of square leg, and there's no run again. Yes, travel around the place has been great. Thanks very much to Sixth, a sponsor of the VCA, and it's great to have their minibuses. And I was expecting the van that I thought I was going to be upgraded. I thought, yeah, Peter, I'm going to get something decent here as we see the ball smashed over the top of between first and second slip, and it's racing away to the boundary. Throwing another four to Jed. I think sure he loves to try and hook and pull, so he now races 25, but he's away now. Good for Jed, but yeah, that thought I was going to be upgraded, and I thought, you can get something decent here, and I upgraded to a Zuzu truck. But yeah, it's great to have Six on board supporting veterans cricket here in Australia. But yes, you're one of the selectors, one of the Australian over 50 selectors, and you've been part of obviously the World Cup with the team that went across to Sri Lanka and obviously now the selection of the over 55's team. Maybe you could share with our viewers what's behind and what's involved in the selection process for both the 50's and 55's team. Obviously, being a selector, you get picked, or you get to pick yourself, mate.
No, well, actually, I'm not allowed to pick myself. I had to abstain from the voting. So luckily, yeah, I've got a few blokes that put their hand up and said I could play. But with the over 50 selecting for the World Cup, it probably goes all the way back to Melbourne a couple of years ago, where we come up with a group of about 35 players played for Australia. And what we did, we tried to copy the English model of how they went about playing in the World Cup, because in South Africa they obviously won it. Pretty good team, and so we had to try and up the ante of what we were doing. So we got a squad together, worked with that squad. Everyone knew each other. No one was. Everyone had come together through a whole year. We went across to New Zealand and played a series over there. Then we went across to England, played a series there, and through that it was look, we just had to try and we just tried to pick the best team we possibly could. And over in Sri Lanka, look, we played fairly well. Sri Lanka, well, they were a great team. Had a few test players. Pakistan, well, they only lost one game for the whole tournament, and that was against Australia. So, look, we weren't far away. Over the past year, I think we won something like 22 games and lost 4 or 5. So it was a great effort. With the 55's, it was a brainchild of probably Andrew Knight and yourself got it up and going. And through our last state camps in Canberra, we picked a team to come across up to here, and look, it was great for those guys that are 55 and over that probably can't play for Australia in the over 50s anymore, and it's been a great initiative by everyone, especially to play, the over 55s from New Zealand and the
Thanks, Giz. I think the best part about it, you're over 55 and you're probably not going to get another Guernsey for Australia in the over 50s, but you still get that opportunity to represent Australia, and you don't have to wait until you get to that 60 mark before you can be reconsidered again. So it's keeping guys in the game a lot longer, and it's yeah, we're really rapt that now the IMC have recognised the games between Australia and New Zealand. That gives us more credibility for what we're trying to do and trying to achieve. And I can see that the 55's game is going to grow and expand right around the world. And look, I don't think it'll be long before we see Sterling and the IMC board planning an over 55's World Championship or World Cup.
this is probably just a baby step, but I tell you the one thing: when everyone plays for Australia, it doesn't matter what level you play at. Um, on last night, we had a cap presentation, and there was 10 new caps that had never played for Australia. And Guy Randall, to his credit, and this, well, look, it was started by Clarkey, the over 50 captain. Guy got all the family of every player to congratulate, thank, um, their husbands. And it was amazing. The kids were talking to them on the screen, and out of those 10 blokes, not one of them could talk after it. They were choked up. There was tears, and to see what it means to so many people to play for Australia, it doesn't matter what level it is. It was a great thing to sit there and witness, hand the cats out. Yeah, congratulations to Guy and the team for doing that. It was great effort.
Yeah, and I caught some of the guys later on coming out of the lift from that cap presentation, and you could see that they'd been tearing up a little bit, and it's all part of that experience, isn't it? Really, I was lucky enough to witness the Australian over 50s Aboriginal cap presentation for the first part, and boy, talk about passion and speaking from the heart. Those guys. Um, they shared their story of why they were doing what they were doing and how proud they were of being able to represent not just their family and friends, but their entire culture. And to be able to do this at this level is such a great achievement, not just by them, but all of the guys from Australia and New Zealand.
Hey, one thing that's really good, and guys our age, we don't understand the culture as much as what we probably do or we can. And to have these guys have a breakfast with you and talk to you, and you just ask them, like, how's it all work? And they sit there and have a talk to you, and then you get a greater understanding of where they're coming from. And especially for guys our age, because we normally go, oh, we don't understand, we don't want to understand. But once you do, you buy into it, and it's a great thing to be part of, really.
Indeed. And we're joined here by Craig Gislingham, who's one of the players for the Australian over 55's team and also a current over 50s and 55 selector. We'll do a quick score check here if my eyes can focus in. It's currently 1 for 51. And we have Jed Mensforth, who's 29 off 34. And we saw a couple of cracking fours hit while we were talking to Craig. And Drainey's 14 from, I think it's about 28 deliveries just outside my focus point where I'm sitting here at the moment. I might have to make a change. We see Drainey work the ball in front of square leg, misfielded there. We've got Johnny Dewis out on the boundary rider out there, picked the ball up and returned to the keeper. So 2 runs to Drainey, takes his score to 16. And the accommodation that we're staying at is it's pretty good there at the Ocean International, and we've got the Aboriginal team over. And there's a misfield at point. Drainey's punched that at the boundary, just pulled up inside the boundary, so he gets back for an easy 2. But yeah, great accommodation. Restaurant pool for the boys. I guess there'll be a bit of a warm down tonight, probably sitting in the pool with a coldie or 2.
The swimming pool, the whole setup's amazing. We're probably 100 metres from the beach. It's pretty amazing. We walked out yesterday, and the tide was out about 2 kilometres. We come back today, and it's all back in. So it's amazing to see. It's great. But the place where we're staying, beautiful place. If you ever get up here, you've got to go and stay where we're staying because it's worth every bit of all the money we pay.
And the best part about it, it's only a 5-minute drive to the ground, so it makes it very accessible for everybody. And we see the ball pulled straight down the ground by Drainey. Probably just the 1 run there. But in the air, a little bit of a risky shot. Probably came onto him a little bit quicker. He was probably looking to try and pull it out through mid-wicket. So we've got Percy Raveneau currently bowling left arm in the northern end, and a forward defensive shot there by Jed. The ball squirted out to Gully. So we have a look at Percy's field. We've got a slip now, Gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket boundary. Johnny Dewis sitting out there as the boundary rider. And then we've got Alan Bagur just in front of square leg. That's completion of Percy's second over. 7 off that over, and that's 2 overs for 15. So the Aussies, have they got the day off tomorrow, or are they playing again?
New Zealand tomorrow. But I was just going to say this main ground over here at Harrup Park, you've got to see to believe it. The Australians are playing against South Africa, I think, in 2020 coming up, and the facilities around there is to die for. The only reason we're not playing here is because we're getting the wicket ready for when Australia come up here and play. Otherwise, we'd be playing on there. But this second round, I suppose you call it, the equivalent, I'd say, of the one over there is just the wicket's great. Everything's great. Yeah, we've got to play tomorrow against New Zealand, and then we get that day off, and then we play Saturday, Sunday. Sunday, Monday again. So we get a good day off to go and sit down and watch the footy on TV.
It's all about the footy in Adelaide. Gather round. It's where I should be. But my first love is cricket. Second love is Hawthorn. But we see Mark Smee currently operating from the southern end. Right arm over to Matty Drain. Misfield again at Gully. and that's probably going to race away to the boundary for 4 runs. So a good delivery there by Marks Me. Generated that outside edge from Draney, went straight through the feet of the fielder at Gully in Jamie Dewar, so he'll be disappointed in that misfield there. The current score now for Australia is 1 for 62. Matthew Drain on strike, currently on 26, 25, and Jed is on 25, 29. I can't see, it's too far away. I'm going to have to shift seats here. Giz, you jump in my seat so I can see. Musical chairs here. I think the wind's just picked up another 10 knots.
I'll tell you one thing here of your cricket that you run with Nick, to Nick Cullinan, who's named captain. He was rapt to be on board with that. And the amount of people that are on the Spirit of Cricket is going gangbusters. And all the guys here talk about it, all the opposition talk about it, and to see what you're doing with Spirit of Cricket is a great thing to do.
Yeah, thanks, Giz. We're not supposed to mention Spirit of Cricket. This is a VCA run event,
Okay.
but thanks very much for the nice little side plug there. But yeah, look, we're having a lot of fun there, and we've got a tour going to Harrup, which is where the first Australian Aboriginal team came from in 1868 when they toured England, and so we're going to take about 33 people are on the tour. We're going to head to Harrow and play some cricket, get some culture, catch up and make some new friends as well. So it's an exciting weekend in May from the 23rd to the 26th. So we're hoping to be able to live stream that as well, Giz. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Shame you can't be there.
No, well, it's female football season, mate, so I can't go. But look, with the Aboriginal team, it's great starting here and then playing again in Harrow. Hopefully, it gets a lot more people involved, and that's what we really want to do. It's good for your health. Everyone gets to know each other, and you get to get friends on Facebook, and you talk non-stop.
It is indeed, and we see another brilliant delivery there by Marks Me, an outside edge, just wide of the gully. Went through it, a nice catching height too, but unfortunately, no hand was able to grab that ball, and another boundary there to Matthew Drain, who now joins Jed on 29, 38. 29 off 36. So the current score is 1 for 67 from 13 overs. Getting a lot of support here from the great man in Mark Horswell. He's bringing the live streaming, live scoring through NV Play. Also go to Play HQ and go to Veterans Cricket Australia and you can see the scores there as well. So we've got everything covered here this weekend in Mackay. Jed Men's fourth on strike at the moment. So, Giz, you'd be pretty happy with the way the Aussies are now currently going along at a nice rate. Obviously losing that early wicket of Paul Ryan as we see a short ball outside off stump and it's hit to cover and no run.
I think it's the type of the wicket that the guys are having a go, and if you didn't, I think the wicket would get on top of you. So, if anything short or wide, they do have a go. We have been hitting boundaries and they've misfielded a little bit. But I think if you see our bowlers bowl, I think you'll see us bowl a lot tighter lines, and they'll see what the wicket has got a little bit in it. We've been lucky so far.
Really, I thought it would be a fantastic batting wicket, but there's a little bit there as in, is it the bounce or a bit of sideways movement or is the ball swinging with this breeze?
I think you can see it's got a little bit of bounce in the wicket, and also there's a little bit of movement in it. They just can't get their line exactly right at the moment. I mean, you look, Paul Ryan's probably got the best ball today. And the poor bugger goes out to, and if he misses that ball, he's probably spilling right now. But, that's cricket. He gets big balls. And most of the time he misses those good ones.
Good form to nick it all right. You saw the ball work down to fine leg by Jed. Rain pulls the ball, one bounce over the boundary for 4. Magnificent shot there. Don't bowl to Drainey there. He loves it. Anything short, and he dispatched that to the boundary for 4. He now goes to 33. Scored a 1 for 72. But one of the things that's been quite amazing sitting up here, Giz, is the actual bounce of the wicket. You know, I've played and watched a lot of veterans cricket, and you don't normally see deliveries getting up. Like that was up at shoulder height. This is a magnificent batting wicket, I think. If you can get in on it, there's plenty of runs to be scored with this lightning outfield as well.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Like back at home in Victoria, we don't get the bounce like that. And it looks like a bit of a tennis ball bounce that time. If you don't get the right line, I think sometimes these guys haven't got the right line and it's sitting up. And Drainey's such a big man, he just goes back and just pulls it as far as he wants to go. So it would be interesting to see how he goes when the wicket gets a little bit more into it and see how it goes. But as I said, I think our guys are going to bowl really, really well on it.
Yeah, it's very critical as far as the bowling side is concerned as we see the end of that over. And Percy Ravenel has now bowled 3 overs and has none for 20. But yeah, it's an exciting day. There's no doubt about that. I think from here, 45 overs with wickets in hand, you'd be looking to push towards that 300 mark today. I think that's pretty achievable.
We've got a reasonably good batting lineup. So I think with the start we've got, if we can keep going and then at the latter overs really get going with it, I think we could be up and around about what you said, 280, 300, hopefully. So just wait and see what happens. You never know. They could bowl a lot of good balls and go out like 4 runs. We'll just wait and see.
Exactly. The current run rate's 5.14, so nearly a run a ball at the moment. And these two have now got their eye in and starting to play a few more shots as we see Mark Smee in again to Jed, and he works the ball to mid-on for no run. So a little bit more of a defensive field now by the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team. That wraps Jed on the pad, squirts out to Gully. So Mark Smee currently has a slip, Gully point, squarish deep third man, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So obviously the key here is to bowl one side of the pitch and try and contain and encourage the players to play shots like that to give themselves a chance of taking a wicket. So good bowling here by Mark. Very underrated bowler, hails out of New South Wales.
For people who can't see, or you probably can't see, the wind's fairly strong, and a little bit into it from the other end from where we are now. But yeah, it's a strong breeze, so it's very tough to push into it. And it's a cross breeze too, so tough conditions. And you probably have to just bowl just a little bit back of the line. But you can see every now and then when they get it right, it can be a hard wicket to bat on.
Yeah, we saw it that previous delivery where Jed played and missed. And he's out. Taken. Great little catch there by Daryl Smith, the captain who's looking after duties while Matty's sitting on the boundary. So that sees the end of Jed Mensforth there. Good catch. Great piece of bowling by Mark Smee. So the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team take their second wicket. We see Jed departing for a well-made 30 from 45 deliveries. And the current not-out batsman is Matthew Drain, who's currently 33 from 40. So Mark Smee has nearly completed his third over and now has 1 for 12. So a very well-earned wicket by Mark. So we might just have one last word from the great man Giz, because he's telling me he's got to go and pad up. So Giz, thanks very much for joining us in the commentary box. Hope you've enjoyed your stint, and maybe we can get you back either later today after you've had a good hit or maybe later during the week.
Thanks, Delph. Much appreciate getting up here and talking about veterans cricket, and where we're going and what we're doing, and good luck to everyone. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thanks, mate. We'll have a quick drinks break and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back after a short drinks break here at Harrup Park number 3, or better known as the Jack Lancaster Oval, where we see Australian over 50s currently 2 for 72 from nearly 15 overs. Obviously, with just over 55's team have just lost the wicket of Jed Mensforth, who was caught well at first slip by Daryl Smith, off the bowling of Mark Smee, who's bowling an exceptional line and length at the moment. Very impressive. It's had a couple of edges, and I see now that there's a second slip being put in place as well. New batsman, Taga Pulla. Bill Pulla plays his first ball to mid-wicket. Great story about Phil is had a game last year and fortunately had a bit of a heart attack out on the field. And, very lucky to be with us, but great work by all of his teammates being able to get him obviously off the hospital and the ambulance and get him back fighting fit. And he's had since having that episode, he's had an exceptional rise to where he is today. Played obviously in the T20 comp in Mildura at the Spirit of Cricket Festival, and one of the dominant batters there, and then played in the over 55's Nationals in Canberra. Was once again another dominant batsman there, and getting his opportunity today. A forward defensive shot there by Matthew Drain. I might just have a quick look at the scoreboard here currently. So lost the early wicket of Paul Ryan for 0. And we've just recently lost Jed Mensforth for 30 from 45 deliveries. Matthew Drain is 33 from 41. Ravenel in again, left arm around. And the ball driven to cover, where it's fielded brilliantly by Billy Moggs. Looking forward to seeing him bowl later in the day. Short outside the off stump. Allowed to pass through to the keeper, Lee. Great catching up with Craig Gislingham, getting the insights into the selection of obviously that World Cup team that went to Sri Lanka, and then obviously to find out more about the over 55's Australian team and the selection that was involved there. And you can see that Ravenel's pushing the ball across Matthew at the moment, trying to encourage that outside edge. And we know if you stray onto Matthew Drain's legs, you'll be punished. Very strong out through that wicket region. Slower delivery, and that's driven down the ground by Drain. It's going to race away to the boundary for 4. So picked up early, set up nicely for him, and a diving attempt there at mid-off by Rob Hyatt. Unfortunately, couldn't get a hand to it, and it raced away for the boundary. It looks like we've got a free hit here. We've got a no ball. So happy days here for Matthew Drain. Going to get to swing hard. So let's see, where's he going? Short ball. He pulls it down. Very similar place at mid-off there. And no run. So Ravenel got away with that one. So the current score is 2 for 76. Come towards the end of the 16th over here. And a lovely shot there. Off drive there, races away to the boundary for 4. So not a great over there for the Aboriginal over 50s team, but a good one for the Australian over 55s team. We see Matthew Drain now moving on to 37, just 45 deliveries with the current run rate just under 5 at 4.8 runs and over. So the boundaries in that over. Run rate up a little bit. We were up above 5 a few overs back. That good over by Mark Smee dragged it back a little bit. So seeing Mark again continue from the southern end with the breeze probably blowing over his right shoulder. Forward defensive shot has pushed out the backward point and races through for 2. So he's off the mark. The current score is 2 for 74. 80. Oh, we're up to 83, are we? Okay, sorry about that. playing catch up here on MV Play. Ball outside off stump, passes through to the keeper. So we'll continue to bring the commentary and the vision here, and we'll hopefully get the scoreboard up to date. That no ball put a bit of a spanner in the works as the ball's worked down the leg side. May have come off the pad the way it rolled away there. No signal from the umpire, so it's come off the bat. So Huggers away off the 3. Bit of a shout out here, maybe. People have been watching here on Stock TV, and Paul Stenhouse sitting back, recovering from a double knee. I think it was double. He'll tell me if I'm wrong, but had a knee replacement and watching us on the big screen. So shout out to you, Aussie number 1. First captain to represent Australia. Covered number 1 baggy green. Would have been in your element last night, Stenny. Watching the guys get their caps. And Julianne Simonetta, she'll be sitting back watching in Mildura. Probably supporting the Mildura boys that are in the team, and we've got 3 of those in Jed Mensforth, Tony Hickey, and Brad Perdue. So strong contingent of my old hometown. Another ball outside that off stump, and you can see the line that Mark's bowling now. Looking to encourage the guys to chase that ball outside off stump and encourage the nick. Completion of Mark's 4th over. Excellent figures there of 1 for 15. You see the Manhattan there, and you can see the overs. 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5 overs where they scored a couple of boundaries in each over. See Percy Raveneau continuing from the northern end, doing all the hard work for the team, pushing up into the breeze. I believe the sound's just out a little bit with our audio, so we might see if we can have a bit of a play with that at some stage. See if we can get our audio up to scratch. Complementing what you're seeing on the screen as we see a ball smashed by Phil Puller out to the cover boundary for 4. So that's his first boundary. Lovely, juicy, full toss. He loves them out there. And you'll see a completely different style of batting from Tugger here. He loves to keep that scoreboard rolling, and you'll see plenty of attacking shots here. So Raveneau left arm over the wicket into Phil. And a ball outside the off stump is let go through to keeper Lee. Another dot ball. Might see if we can get another Aussie player up here in the commentary box to join me. Catch up with them and find out. We've got Neil Grice here from Tassie. He might come and say hello to me. Jump into the commentary box. Find out if he's enjoying this beautiful Queensland weather. Ball down the leg side, flicked his pad and no run. We're joined in the commentary box now by Neil Grice. Grum. You've got to talk into the microphone, mate, so wait until I stick it in front of your mouth before you can say hello.
Telf, how are you?
Going very well, mate. Thanks for joining us up here. And we see another short ball there. Pulled out to the square leg boundary for another boundary to Puller. And as I mentioned earlier, a very aggressive batsman, and see the scoreboard start to really rocket along. So the longer he stays there, the better it'll be for the Australian over 55's team. Gricey, welcome to lovely, warm Mackay. You must be enjoying this weather, mate.
Yeah, it's a bit different at home, that's for sure. Humidity, the wind, good.
Wonderful. All hit backward of point, misfielded by Gully out towards the boundary for a couple more to Tugger. Races along to 13 now. That's the end of Bravino's fifth over, and he has none for 39. So been quite expensive. It'd be a tough gig today. Gricey bowling uphill into that breeze, mate.
I don't reckon that's going to happen itself quietly when you get the choice of ends.
So what you're saying is you'll be going to Richie Saniger and saying, mate, if you're giving me the new ball, it's downhill with the breeze.
No, I've been told. Mate, I'm coming with the breeze. Told him I wasn't fussy which end I come from, but yeah, no, I'm coming with the breeze. So I don't think
I was actually thinking that someone like maybe a Johnny Short could push up with the new ball and bowl his nude nuts into that breeze, because it's going to be a tough ask for any bowler today bowling from this northern end.
I'm not sure Shorty's slow balls to make it down the other end, would they?
So we've got the comedy team in here now, so it's open slather, I believe. So it's going to be a fun time up here in the commentary box with you, Grum. And Nick Smee's bowling a great line, but a fantastic cover drive there by Matthew Drain out to the boundary for 4, along the ground all the way. Magic shot. And Drainey now goes to 45. So he's just 5 runs away from his first maiden over 55's 50. So we wish him all the best for the next few deliveries as he pushes on to that score. As you can see, you don't bowl to Drainey on his legs. He's very strong there, Gricey.
A very hard batsman to bowl to. All around the wicket. Very, very quick onto the front.
So you've obviously come across him before at one of the nationals, was it?
Yeah, played against Victoria in South Australia, and he took us apart for about 40 runs. We thought, how are we going to get him out? And all of a sudden we did, and we got him out because he was smashing us everywhere. Same with Tug. He's very hard to bowl to.
So when did you get up here, Gricey? You've been here for a few days. You've got out and about a little bit and had a look around Mackay. What do you think of the beach just near the hotel? It's the Ripper, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not much water and the tide's out, that's for sure, is there? Haven't seen any crocodiles yet either, so they tell me they're here, but I don't know whether to believe them.
Yeah, apparently all the rain that they had with all the floods flushed a few crocs out of the creeks and rivers around locally. So we've been told to be mindful that they are there and they're out and about and they're hungry. So we need to be pretty careful as we see the completion of Mark Smith's 5th over. That's 1 for 19 off those 5 overs. Try and give you the current run rate, but be up around that 5 runs and over, I would think. Gricey, you'd be pretty happy with the way the team's going along at the moment. At 5 and over, we should be pushing up around that 250 to 300 mark if we can keep wickets in hand, and that will obviously give you bowlers something to bowl at.
Yeah, 300 would be spot on, actually. Yeah, batsmen keep going like they are. Means I probably won't have to bat, which is a good thing for the team. So, yeah, 300, I think, is probably minimum what we're looking at, to be honest, especially with the hitters come at the end.
And so, about your batting, mate, what number did you get today?
9. At 9. So we'll see how we go. I've been at 9, I think, for about 5 games for Australia, and yet walked to the middle. So hopefully that's the case again today. We'll be going all right.
So here's a quick one for you, Gricey. And obviously you've represented Australia before at the over 50s, and you've been, and I hope I'm not saying the wrong thing, and I'm touching wood here, you've been injury prone over the years. mate, and probably cost you quite a number of games and obviously the opportunity to represent Australia. How is the body now? And as I said, touch wood, mate. I'm not wishing that upon you, but it has been a bit of a struggle over the last few years, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've gone and got 3 side strains in a row at national carnivals, leading into them. No side strains when I was younger. For some reason, as I get older, I've done 3 side strains, probably because I'm trying to bowl too fast, too old. But yeah, I do like to let them go as quick as I can. And obviously, the body's not responding to it too well. But at the moment, yeah, I feel really good. Shortened my run up for the first time in the last 12 months, not coming off 19 metres anymore. And it's been good. Actually, the following game just pulled up so much better. Yeah, backing up.
So you've cut it back from 19 metres to what, 10?
9.
So 9 metre run up, and that would obviously be a lot easier on the body. What's it like with the rhythm and the pace? Is the pace still the same, or have you dropped a yard or two, or where are you currently sitting?
It's definitely down a yard or two. There's no doubt about that. But everybody tells me I'm more upright at the crease, so it's a better thing. So I'm getting more bounce and carry as well, which is good. I tend to collapse a little bit when I try and bowl too fast.
See a change of bowler here, and we see Johnny Jewis bowling, and we see Matty Drain once again working that ball out through mid-wicket out to the boundary. It's raced over the boundary line, an attempt on the boundary line by the fielder with his size 12 boot. Unfortunately, couldn't stop it. And that was Les Raveneau. Unfortunately, couldn't pull that in. So another boundary to Drainey. That takes him to 49. So he'll be looking anxiously now to try and get that single to get him to that 50 mark. We see the mid-wicket boundary rider now being put out there by Johnny Jewis. Bowling right arm over. Matthew Drain on 49. And a forward defensive shot. Very solid there by Drainey. And that's the end of the over, so we'll have to wait for another over now. The current run rate is 5.15, so on target at least to push above that 250 with wickets in hand. Gricey, look, while I've got you here, and a lot of the guys haven't, from around Australia, haven't got to play and go to Tassie because there's been no real 50s, 55s nationals down there. Tell us a little bit about Tasmanian cricket, especially in the veteran scene, and what that looks like.
Well, we really don't have a veterans comp, but what we do have is we have a social comp. I think there's only 7 teams in the whole of Tasmania, north and south, that play games each other every second week. But those players are dominated with 60 and 70-year-olds. So basically everybody under the age of sort of 55 still play club cricket. And some of the comps in Tasmania go right down to Division 8. So you find a lot of guys might be playing with their kids or their sons, in some cases with their daughters, still running around. And there's a lot of hard wicket cricket in Tasmania because of lack of first rounds, which is probably one of the reasons why we've never had a carnival down there because in southern Tasmania, for example, there's the 8 Premier League teams. Half of those teams have a second round. So with Dory Bob, I think we've only got 13 first grounds in the whole of southern Tasmania. They're all Premier League standard first class grounds. So they're very protected by Cricket Tasmania, who are reluctant to have a bunch of old blokes run around.
It's unfortunate that is the case. I believe there was an over 60 nationals, was there, or 70 nationals played in Hobart recently in the last couple of years. What did that look like, and did they get access to some of those grounds? As we see a ball, an outside edge again from Mark Smee, and that's racing away again for another boundary to Phil Puller, who now races to 18 from just 15 deliveries. We did say that once he got in and got going, that the scoreboard would continue ticking, and Drainey's currently also still sitting on 49. So we're seeing the third man going a little bit finer now, but he's bowling a great line and length there, and obviously getting that outswing, Gricey, which is, you'd be liking the looks of what he's doing out there, because your outswingers will sit up nicely in this breeze.
Hopefully it's the case. Nice carry the easy to bowl, mate. Good target. Get off stump and the odd one.
A little bit quicker too than what you think.
What a shot there by Tugger. Cover drive along the carpet all the way to the boundary for 4. And it's looking like it's 4 or nothing show here from the great man Tugger Puller. And if you're not sure why they call him Tugger, look at his surname. Anyway, great shot there, mate, and raced to 22. But yeah, the Nationals tournament that was in Hobart, I don't know if you're involved with that at all, but maybe what that looked like, the number of teams and what grounds they got to play on.
Yeah, so it was actually held in the north of the state, not down in Hobart. So yeah, so in the north of the state, in the NWCCA and so forth, they do have the turf grounds, but for those who haven't been to Tasmania, the north end of the state, there's lots of little towns that are all 20 minutes, half hour apart. And they do all have the odd turf wicket, and that's what they played at. If you're at down in Hobart, all your grounds are within 15 minutes of each other. So some of those guys would have had to travel an hour. I believe they had a mixture of both hard wicket and turf on those grounds. But I think they had something like 270 odd over 70s with their partners come down and had a big dinner at the Launceston Casino. Quite profitable for I think from 2026 on, we're having carnivals in Tasmania, 2 carnivals in every second year. So I think we've got over 40 women in Tasmania in 2026. Talking about possibly one of those being in southern Tasmania and one being in the north.
That'll be fantastic for vets cricket in Tasmania. It'll hopefully, bring a few more players out and see them playing. Oh, great bit of fielding there. I think that's Billy Moggs there. Well done, William, keeping Matthew Drain on 49. That's the sort of effort that's going to be needed to try and restrict the Australian over 55's team. And there is the single there from Matty Drain, pushed to in front of square leg. Raise your bat, son. There it is. Well done, Matty Drain. Played a lot of cricket with Matthew at Essendon back when we were in our early 20s. So good to see him still playing the game that we both loved and became friends with. Yeah, so those competitions in Tassie, the Nationals going down there will be really good, and hopefully we can bring some of those guys out.
Yeah, well, hopefully that Cricket Tasmania come to the party and they do get to play down in Hobart. Just a central location to have basically every ground good enough to play first class cricket, and be all within 15 minutes of each other. It just makes so much better. Plus, obviously you've got the sites of Salamanca and Mona. Everybody would have heard about the Shock and Awe Museum, which is very different when you go there. But yeah, it's a great experience. And yeah, hopefully they do come down.
And Mount Wellington as well. Obviously, you would hope that there's no snow on the mountain at that time of the year when we're playing cricket, but that's a great spectacle to get up the top there and look out over the city of Hobart and the Derwent River. It's quite a magical place. Been there a couple of times now, and every time I go there, I discover new nooks and crannies in amongst Hobart.
Yeah, well, I was up on the mountain on the weekend, actually. Went up and seen a dragon, believe it or not, at one of the local hotels up there. It's in the middle of nowhere. I can tell now it was cold. I think it was about 6 degrees, and which was really weird because it was like 17 degrees down in Hobart and 6 degrees on the back of the mountain.
I've heard it's always cold in Tassie.
It's 25 today, I think, down in Tassie. Not too bad, is it?
I'll bet it's not windy like it is here in Mackay. As we see the completion of Johnny Jewis's second over, and he has figures of none for 7. The Australians are going along nicely now at 2 for 113 with Matthew Drain 50 from 63 deliveries and Phil Puller 23 from just 20 deliveries. Mark Smee still continuing from that southern end, following an exceptional line and length. What does he do? Pushes one down the leg side. Commentator's curse. Should be a leg by. And umpire Michael raises his leg. Another one to the score. So you're currently obviously playing club cricket. Tell us which club you're playing with and what division you're playing. And obviously the season's now complete. I guess you just go into hibernation and follow those Pussycats playing AFL footy.
On tonight too, aren't
Who cares?
they? People who don't like Hawthorn. Yeah, no, I play with Lindisfarne, which is in the Premier League, and top league in Tasmania. Playing third grade, really enjoying it. Play with my son, which is probably his father's team. He's captain of the team, so he gets to push me around a little bit. Club, I think the second most successful Premier League club in Australia for the last decade, winning more flags than every other town bar club in Australia. So I think it's Bankstown in New South Wales. And we've had the likes the last few years of Ben McDermott, Nathan Ellis, household names from T20 cricket, Mac Wright at our club. And they're fantastic guys, to be honest. They come back and they play club cricket.
Do you see them much around the club? Obviously, with their WBBL and Australian commitments, do they get training much? Do they play cricket on the weekends at all? Obviously, there's state commitments as well, and Aussie commitments and BBL commitments.
We've been very fortunate that they do every opportunity they do come to training and they make themselves available for the club all the time. With Charlie Wackham obviously and Mac and Nathan not so much these days because he's international duties. And Ben sort of half are in the one-day team, half are in the field team, so they send it chop and change. We seem to have one or two of them every Saturday, which is really good. And they turn up to train and they train like everybody else. They never turn up in their state gear. They always turn up in their Lindisfarne stuff. Yeah, they're great guys.
Wonderful stuff. I love hearing stories like that because you see far too many cricketers these days that obviously are chasing. I'm not going to say chasing money, but it's obviously their income and their living and their work that they're doing. But they don't see them come back to the club as much. But it's good to hear that your guys that are playing at Lindisfarne are every opportunity they get back to the club. So good on those guys. And we saw the Aussies over in Sri Lanka when we were over there with the World Cup, and we were lucky enough to stay in the same hotel as the Australian team, and they were very engaging. We're having breakfast with them every morning, lots of chats, lots of photos, talking about the games that they were playing with the ODIs, and we also got to witness the test match down at Gaul. So it's good to see those guys in Tassie putting back into their local cricket still.
Yeah, no, they're rippers, to be honest. They get to the club, they're right, even the club functions like on Saturday night or Sunday, they're there. Probably usually the first one's there and last one's leave, to be honest. Some of them, especially Nathan and so forth. So, yeah, no, they're good players.
Thanks for sharing that, Gracie. And as you see Johnny Jewis continuing from the northern end, right arm over to Phil Fuller. And he goes down the ground and one bounce for 4. Very aggressive shot with a fielder at long off. I don't know who that fielder is. Number 22, he's not on my list. Let's see if we can find out who that is. Goes into Fuller again and outside the off stump, cut out towards the deep cover boundary and well fielded out there by just one. Takes the score to 2 for 120. 121, sorry. Fuller 29 from 26. Rainey 51. The current run rate is 5.1. Wide outside the off stump, not tempting Drain. That's one of the things you'll find from Drain. He's got a lot of patience. He knows how to build an innings and obviously still looks to punish anything that's either too short or too full.
Hasn't too surprised, about 8. Well,
Obviously, get up batting and Paul Ryan's open the batting for the ACT and Grady Atkins are batting for Victoria. So I guess he was looking for that right-hand, left-hand combination, and Paul obviously disappointed. But talking to Giz, he's probably got the ball of the day, to be honest, early on, and Steve Jennings was bowling a fairly good line and length, and I see Damien Meeks in the house. You beauty, Meeky. So he's obviously ridden his push bike down here to Mackay. We might see if we can get him up here in the commentary box and share some tales with us as well. Obviously got a leave pass from the Minister of Finance to get down here.
he must have done.
Hey, while we're talking about Meeky, you obviously toured with him to... No, you didn't tour it. Ah, damn, I thought you might be able to share some stories on Meeky, but you've obviously played a bit of cricket against him through the national.
Yeah, played a lot of cricket against him. They keep telling me, oh, you're shooing Bryce, you're shooing, and bang, he goes aside.
Unfortunately, that's part of cricket and old age and this level of cricket, and we see an inside edge ball just hit out to mid wicket just in front of square, and no run there to Drainey. The Australian innings is going to be held together, I'd say, by Matthew, but Phil will continue to go hard at the other end. See the ball hit out to mid-off for no run. Marksman, he's definitely been the pick of the bowlers. His current figures are 7.5 overs. There's that 1 wicket for 29 with also a maiden, so economy rate of 3. So bowling exceptionally well here. Bowling that line on, that 4th and 5th stump.
Harry bowls, he just hits the top of that 4th stump. The odd one that gets back in. Good bowler. Good fielder too. Good set of hands.
We must be doing a good job here in commentary, Bryce. We've got 51 people watching us currently, so that's great news.
Have we any Tasmanians?
Why don't you give a shout out and see if we can get engagement from some of the Tasmanians with some comments in our feed down below.
Surely Mark Waddington's watching. Yeah. That's sure. I don't know anyone else that wouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, no, if there's any Tasmanians on there, get on board. Send us a question if you want one. That'd be a good one. I was quite surprised when I got up here. No flights. Ever been to a game of cricket on the mainland where there's been no flights?
We talked about that the other night as we see a leg bye down to fine leg. I have a look at the breeze, mate. It's blowing a gale up here. We're up on the first floor of one of the change rooms, and I don't think it's good flying weather at the moment, mate. So we're probably fortunate with the breeze that there are no flies capable of being able to get up into this wind.
No, but it wasn't any around yesterday either. It was quite a good day yesterday. Very nice walking. Went for a walk, had a look around Mackay. Reminds me a lot of Devonport down in Tasmania, about size-wise, same size on the water. Water's not as blue. Devonport, very similar.
Yeah, the water here is quite brown, really, and I think that's probably because of the big tidal push in and out, and because it's so shallow, the waves are just stirring up the sand out there, and obviously all the rain and the flooding that they've had. Probably a lot of water from up in the mountains being pushed out into the sea. So yeah, that tidal push out is quite amazing.
Yeah, well, it literally goes out about a kilometre, which then comes in a kilometre, which is crazy. Never seen anything like that.
Another run there to Phil. Scored a 127. The loss of 2 wickets. We see Johnny Jewis continuing from this northern end, doing the hard yards for the team, pushing up into that. I'd say she'd be close to 30, 40 kilometres an hour wind at the moment. That's my sailing background coming out in commentary, but yeah, it's a tough job. We won't see Gricey pushing up hill into the breeze today. But we have a look at the field that JJ's got set. Got a gully, point, deep cover, mid on, mid off, backwards square, mid wicket, and a boundary rider out on the mid wicket boundary as we see another run to Droney, push to mid on. So, yeah, I might just throw to you and you can maybe raise that issue that you're just talking about in the background there.
I'm just surprised we haven't seen a spinner yet.
And that's landed about 2 inches inside the boundary line for a magical 4 there to Phil Puller. And that's where he hits. He goes straight. He loves hitting maximums, doesn't he? Yeah, great to watch. But yeah, you were talking about the spin and the fact that we haven't seen any spin. I would say Matty Lewis sitting on the boundary line probably doesn't help, obviously with his captaincy, but also he does bowl a bit of spin as well.
Yeah, he does, yeah, and a few mediums as well. So yeah, but I'm not really sure. I'm not familiar with a lot of players in the team whether they've got spinners or not. But I think we must be halfway mark.
Number of overs gone is 25, so yeah, we're well over halfway. So we've got 20 overs to go, and that's the completion of the 26th over. And Johnny Jewis now has 4 for 19. Yes. See Mark Smee go again. Bowl out. Looks like there's going to be a bowling change here. Looks like we've got Alfie Newman coming back into the tack and having a go from the easy end, I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it the fast bowler's easy end, especially when you're bowling, Gricey.
I think we're playing the four medium paces definitely see spin at some stage when the Aussies are bowling. I think game plan for the pace off there as well.
Yeah, I think we'll see pace off later on. I think the pitch will probably start to play a lot slower. It's going to be interesting to get some feedback. We might see if we can get someone like Jed to come up here and tell us about how the pitch played early on. See, looked like it must have come on a little bit quicker than what he thought, because it looked like he was trying to hit it out through the offside, and it's ended up at mid-on.
Sound real well, did it? It sounded like a paling when he hit it.
Another quick single there out to mid-off, where the field is set back on the 30-metre mark. Obviously, the Aboriginal side are looking to probably go a little bit more defensive now. We've got 3 on the boundary. We've got a long off, deep cover. Actually, we've got 4 on the boundary. We've got a deep third man and a fine leg. There are plenty of gaps in the field now for singles, and once again we can see the approach that the Aboriginal team are taking now. They're bowling wide of that off stump with the 3 boundary riders on the offside and a couple of guys protecting the singles. As we see another quick single taken as the ball's worked out just backward a point. And Gricey, a few of the guys that have come up here have brought their partners, and I noticed that you brought your beautiful wife Deb along. Hopefully she's enjoying herself and having a good time.
Yeah, I think she's just happy to get away from work for a little while, which is pretty busy at the moment. She works for the head office RSL, and one of her main jobs is she organises the whole of Anzac Day. So she's been under pressure the last couple of weeks to get everything ticked off, all the road closures and the flyovers and the marches done and everything like that. little bit but all got everything crossed and so forth.
And a great piece of fielding there from Billy Moggs at mid-off, looking to cut that single out and potentially get a run out for the team. But Phil Puller gets through successfully. Completion of the 27th over. Australian over 55s are now 2 for 135. Having known you for quite some time, since probably 2019, Deb's been a part of probably all of the tours that you've been on. She's there and you're working in the background and supporting you and allowing you to follow your dream and passion of obviously playing cricket for Tassie and also for Australia.
Yeah, no, she comes on every tour, and we try and encourage all the people in Tasmania to bring their partners. So it does make a better tour when the wives and partners are involved. And these sort of things create a bond for life, and so do the women. They always talk to each other and wish each other happy birthdays, and so they get a bond as well as much.
Wonderful stuff. We see another boundary there to Matthew Drain. JJ straying onto the leg side of Matthew Drain, and we know how strong he is on his legs. And another boundary down to fine leg. Drainey's now gone on to 61 from 82, and obviously there's no retirement in IMC rules, so these guys can hopefully give themselves an opportunity of scoring a century, which is the ultimate, obviously, as a batsman. Yeah, the partner side of things in veterans cricket, Bryce, has been very, very important, I guess, for the success of veterans cricket, with guys following their dream and playing, I guess, as much cricket as they can and being able to bring their partners along. And you see the engagement and the reconnection from some of the wives that, from other teams, and they all come together and they really enjoy each other's company and enjoy this time away.
Yeah, I think at the national level, it's probably a bigger thing than international. And it is a great thing to go away, and especially when you tour to other countries and so forth. I mean, it's almost like a holiday, isn't it? Really, you get those days off, you get to look around, kill two birds with one stone. You get a holiday and you get to play cricket. And to be honest, I'm not a very good traveller, so I don't fly very well and so forth. So I drug up a fair bit, and I'd be lost without Deb. I sort of just grab hold of the back of the backpack, and she leads me through the airport, and that's how we get everywhere. But she doesn't mind it. Helps me.
There you go. We've heard first here on Stock TV that Bryce can't travel without his wife, so that's a good one to have over you from now on, mate. I'll keep an eye out for you at the airports, and I know Deb won't be far away. See some great batting here from Drainey. We saw a ball hit for another boundary off his legs, and then obviously another ball outside off stump that he throws through cover out towards the boundary and picked up an easy single there. So he's really starting to get going now. Pushing up towards 70, currently sitting on 66. That's the completion of Johnny Jewis's over. Now bowled 5 overs, none for 28. Current run rate for the Australians still hovering around that 5 mark. There's the worm. So we would expect to see now a bit of an upward trend in that worm, Brycey, with wickets in hand and 2 batsmen set. Very defensive fields. Where do you see the Aussies ending up from here? What's your expectations?
I still think we're going to try and push for 300. I think that would be the goal. Obviously, no, just watching the bowlers are really struggling to consistently bowl those 6 balls to the one side of the wicket, which is probably letting the batsmen score a bit freer. And if you look at the field, look at the field's quite spread all the way around. So bowlers bowling to one side. Hard being a captain.
Yeah, definitely. As a captain, you're always looking to try and, if you're in this situation where you need to set a defensive field, you need to rely on your bowlers to bowl one side of the stumps. I tell you what, William Moggs would have to be the best fielder out there at the moment. He's athletic, energetic, he's throwing himself around and doing a great job for the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team. Another one on the legs of Drain as he hits the ball out to Rob Hyatt and picks the stumps, and they scamper through for another single. Takes the score to 145, Drain 67, and Phil Puller on 35. I love watching Phil pull a bat when he plays shots like that. Dirty slogs over mid-wicket. I don't think it was meant to go there, but he continually seems to hit the ball out into that direction.
Yeah, no two balls go in the same space, do they? Yeah, and the next one can land at the exact same spot and go straight back over the bowler's head. Yeah, he's very hard to bowl. Shots around, and he won't stop. He'll just keep going. He doesn't slow down.
He's a very, very strong unit. He's got some upper body strength for an over 55's individual, and we have a look at some field changes happening here, and I note there's no one straight really, and he does hit a lot of balls down the ground, so I expect him to, now he's got an outside edge. A lazy shot there from Phil, and I'm probably going to see Gricey go now, are you? Go and get ready to get your gear on and pad up, mate. Well, thank you very much for joining us, obviously, in the commentary box, Neil Grice. It's been an absolute pleasure hearing about Tasmanian cricket, and we're looking forward to seeing you push uphill into the breeze later on today.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Phil. It's been a pleasure. And just keep in mind when the Cats beat the Hawks on Easter Monday, mate, that's nothing personal. We just better.
Thanks very much, mate. And, I'll tell you what, we'll have a bottle of red on it. But you probably don't drink red, do you? No, okay. All right. Well, I'll keep the red and just drink it anyway. Thanks very much, Gricey. Tasmanian red, yeah. We're going to have a quick drinks break here. So I might just sign off quickly. Might go quick break. Current score is 3 for 149 with the loss of Phil Puller, caught by Lee, keeper. Bowling of Alf Newman for 39. Great quick fire innings there from Phil. He'll be disappointed with a lazy shot outside the off stump. So back in a minute. Sorry. So the new batsman is Graham Crawford, one of my best mates out of Adelaide. So we wish him all the best representing Australia. Very, very first time playing over 55s. And for those people that don't know, Graham Crawford's a Pommy. Been living in Australia for a number of years. Whenever the Ashes are on, it's always about England and how bad Australia are going or how they're cheating and all of that sort of stuff. So, look, it's great to see Crawford out in the middle in his Australian green and gold uniform. So I know there'll be a lot of family and friends all around the world watching the great man, Graham Crawford, represent Australia for the very first time. So Johnny Jewis resuming bowling to Matthew Drain. And a ball down the leg side, and great bit of keeping there by Stephen Lee. Takes the ball cleanly. So a good little knock there by Tugger. Help the Aussies continue on with that run rate around 5. So we'll see what happens from here on in. Ball let go by Matthew Drain outside the off stump. Hope you're all enjoying watching and listening, I guess. My dulcet tones. About 50 people watching, so if you're watching and you want to engage and ask a few questions or anything like that, feel free to. I'll give you a bit of a plug. Let us know where you're actually tuning in from. So if you're outside Australia, it'd be great to know. If you're in Tassie, Bryce, you would like to know that you're listening. And drive straight down the ground. Protection down there for JJ, and it's another single to Matthew Drain. Goes to 68, and that brings up the 150 for Australia. 3 for 150. The end of the 30th over. So just 15 overs remaining in this innings for Australian over 55s. Crawford marking his guard, assuming he's taking centre, and sure there's a lot of his Adelaide Easies mates watching in at the moment. I know Phil Carslet would be watching, and Andrew Carver and Dave Benson. Forward defensive shot. We've seen quite a significant change with the new batsman coming to the crease. We've got a slip, gully, deep point on the 30-metre mark, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, and deep mid-wicket. That's the end of the Johnny Jewis over. Now 6 overs done for 29. The worm going along nicely. You can see the 3 wickets. It looks like we're going to have a drinks break. So obviously we didn't have a drinks break before. It was just a change of batsman. So we'll have a quick drinks break. And we'll come back and resume commentary in a few minutes' time. So thanks for joining us here at Harrup Park. We'll be back for the last 15 very shortly. Welcome back to the Jack Lancaster Oval at Harrup Park. Oval number 3, Mackay, Queensland, Australia, where we see the Australian over 55s currently at the crease, facing the bowling Australian Aboriginal over 50s team. And I think it's Alf Newman continuing bowling. Yeah, Alfie, is it? Alf Newman? Yeah. Bowling to Matthew Drain. And a quick single to backward square. Takes him to 69, Matthew Drain. At the crease, batting partner Graham Crawford. Yet to score. He's only faced 3 deliveries before the quick drinks break. I see Anton Ballum is watching his English budgie. And he's gone over the top of cover, down towards the boundary line, and it's picked up inside. And that sees the great man off the mark for 2. Anyway, bit of fun there by Anton. Obviously, good mates. Spend a lot of time down at Henley Beach and the Ramsgate. And Croft's made his intentions known. Obviously, a drinks break. He's going to get a bit of a wriggle on here, and Graham Crawford's probably the ideal man to do that. Very attacking batsman. But a lot of his mates come together every few weeks, catch up for a quiet drink, bit of dancing, bit of singing. A lot of fun back in Adelaide. Matthew Drain, forward defensive shot, back to the bowler, no run. So the current score, 3 for 154. Batsman out, men's fourth 30. Orion for a 0, and recently Phil Puller made a quick fire 39 as we see Drainey hit the ball down. Third man. Takes him to 70. Batting exceptionally well here. Crawford back on strike. Facing the bowling of Alf Newman. See a slipper gully. Forward point. Deep point boundary. Long off, mid off. Walking shot towards the bowler there by Crawford. Sees the completion of that over. So hopefully we're going to be joined in the commentary box shortly, if he gets back in time, by Damien Meek, the wild thing. The journey down from Townsville to watch a lot of his mates play cricket here, representing their respective teams. We're going to catch up with him and maybe have a bit of a chat to him about the Sri Lankan World Cup trip. I was fortunate enough to not be a part of, but bring some commentary to people back home. See Johnny Jewis resuming, doing all the hard work, pushing up into this strong breeze uphill. Drain for defensive shot, no run. Mickey got off to grab me a cappuccino. So if you're listening, Mickey, hurry up because I'm hanging out for some caffeine. No run again. Looking forward to the Kiwis tomorrow. Brought a small squad of just 11 players. The pitch to play in this tournament. It's good to have them part of this international tri-series here at Harrup Park as we see Matthew Drain ease the ball down to long on for an easy single. So Johnny Jewis doing a reasonably good job here. Pushing uphill and into the breeze. And Croft's gone to cow corner, and there's a man out on the boundary at deep mid-wicket for another single. So Croft's really yet to get going and get into his innings. So he'd be a bit frustrated with that shot. That's cut away backward of point to the boundary. Magnificent shot there by Matthew Drain, bringing up another boundary. Now goes to 75, and that's his 12th boundary. So taking full advantage of this lightning outfield, and anything wide or short, he's been able to punish right throughout the innings. 75 from just 100 deliveries. Very well bowled there by Johnny Jewis. A bit of a slower ball, pace off. And that's the completion of the 32nd over. Australia currently 3 for 161. Matthew Drain moving on to 75, and Graham Crawford, who's just come to the crease, sitting on 4. So a more defensive field now that Graham Crawford has shown his intent. And a swing and a miss there by Croft. So obviously there's signals from the Australian dressing room that it's time to make a move. So we have a third man, a deep point, a long off, squarish long on, and a fine leg. And Graham Crawford has hit the ball down to fine leg, straight down the guy's throat, and he's put it down, but I think he's actually hurt. I think the ball's ricocheted and maybe hit him in the face, so it's unfortunate. So we're going to just have a quick break here while the Australian guys and some of the teammates and the umpire come in and have a closer look. And it's Johnny Jewis actually down there on the boundary line. He's holding his jaw at the moment, so wasn't too happy someone touching it either. So I'm going to have a tip here and say, knowing Johnny Jewis, he's probably going to stay on the field because he's just one tough human being. But boy, that ball was flicked away down to fine leg by Graham Crawford at 100 miles an hour. And I think we're actually going to see him. Yeah, no, not sure what's happening here. I think he might have cut himself because he's getting some attention from one of the Australian players not playing today. Checking his alignment and his jaws. Obviously, it smashed into his jaw. I know the man too well. He's not going to go off. Getting encouragement from his teammate to stay on. You know, he's going to stay on. So it'll be interesting to see if he continues bowling at the start of the next over. So they ran 2. Which means Crawford's now on 6. Score is 3 for 163. So I guess we'll see play resuming very shortly. Just look at Johnny now. He's looking at his hand. He'd be very disappointed in obviously not taking that catch, number 1. Number 2, be disappointed that they ran 2. See play resume, and Croft's gone bang again. Along the ground this time out to deep long off for an easy single. So it's starting to get a little bit overcast. I'm not suggesting there's going to be rain, but a magnificent shot straight down the ground by Matthew Drain. Both fielders are chasing the ball, and he's fielded and stopped the boundary. So they've been able to scamper through for 3 runs there to Matthew Drain. Not sure why Crawford's raised his bat. Probably raised his bat because he's run 3. It's probably the first time he's ever run 3. And he's representing Australia, so work that out. He's sucking in the deep ones now, knowing Crawford. Take strike now. Oh, delivery there, and he tried to hoik it over square leg where there's no fielder, but unsuccessful there. One of his favourite shots is that shot over square leg. I think I set a man out there one day and he hit it straight down his throat. Great shot there. Out. Looks like they're going to get 2. Well fielded out on the boundary line. Well, good job there by Steve Jennings, who probably saved a boundary there, getting a hand to that shot. So that's the completion. Another over there from Alfie Newman. Bowled 8 overs, 42, and we're looking at Johnny Jewis. He's taking his hat and glasses off, so he's going to resume bowling, dropping that catch and popping a nasty whack in the face. Let's hope that he's okay. So 3 for 169, the Australian over 55's team. Completion of the 33rd over, so another 12 overs remain. Current run rate is 5.1. It's been hovering around that for most of the innings. So they'd be looking to probably push up around that 250 mark. A lot hinges on, obviously, Matthew Drain. That's a full toss down the leg side, called a wide. Opportunity to score a boundary there is missed by Drainage. Very disappointed with that. See, Drainage strong off his legs, works the ball out to mid-wicket for a single. And you know what Crawford will be eyeing off right now is this mid-wicket boundary hitting with the breeze. And here it comes. It's going to go straight over the boundary. That's the first maximum of the innings to Graham Crawford. That one's come out of the middle. So that's cleared the boundary probably by 10 metres. I picked it in one ball, horse. One ball. I said he's going to hit with the breeze here and he's going to clear the boundary. So great shot there by Crawford. And I see Jed Mensforth has come up into the commentary box. Do you want to come and have a bit of a chat with me, mate, about your innings today? Oh, a quick single there, and Cross scampers back, and definitely no run there. I don't know what he was thinking there. 3 balls remaining in the over, and I'll catch up with Jed in a minute. That's an outside edge, and that's racing away to the boundary directly behind the keeper, and I think it's going to just pull up inside there. So another 2 to Croft, showing his intent here to keep the ball moving, and he's now gone to 17 from just 15 deliveries after a slow start and a few mishits. John, Jed Mensforth, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. A great little knock there to get the Aussies off to a good start. Tell us about the innings and maybe a bit about the pitch and how it played early on.
Yeah, no, Steve Jennings opened up, a bit of pace on him, coming through very nice. The slower bowlers seemed to hold up a bit on the wicket, which was a bit hard to drive, and that was a great catch.
Oh, what a catch! Oh my God, a one-handed catch I think it was, and Croft's now on his way. They either stick or they don't, those ones, Jed, and a brilliant catch by Johnny Dewis, who obviously has taken a whack to the face, dropping Croft down on the boundary. So he's got one back there, I guess, by claiming the wicket of Graham Crawford, who's now on his way back to the pavilion for 17 from just 17 balls. So unfortunately, we're not going to see the best of Graham Crawford after that brilliant catch, Jed.
Yeah, no, that was a great bloody catch, that one. Yeah, Croft is a very aggressive batsman, and he certainly likes to get going when he's moving. So it was a vital catch, that one.
Very good. And we see Dom Crognali, the vice captain, coming out to the middle now to join Matthew Drain, who's currently sitting on 79. So he's edging closer to that maiden century for Australia. So we'll keep our fingers crossed and make sure we don't give any commentator's curse to Drainey, being a great mate of mine over many years. So Jed, what was the wicket like? Was there a bit of sideways movement from both bowlers? Anything off the track?
Yeah, there was a bit of away movement, especially from this end here where we're sitting. There was a fair bit going away into the wind. Steve had the ball going away. He normally brings the ball in a bit, but with that wind, it wasn't really doing it for him until later on. He got a couple to go, which picked up Rhino. But he was coming through very nice, and the deck was really good, suited him and everything. It was coming on real nice for the bat. And then the off-pace bowlers there, it was just holding up a bit. It was a bit hard to get them away. And only the loose ones that were sort of hitting. But yeah, it was a good start by the boys, and they're very happy with 1 day, Bill. So yeah, hopefully improve from that.
Very good, very good indeed. As we see, Drainey worked the ball out to square leg for a couple, and well fielded by Daryl Smith out there. The Alfie Newman come into Drainey, and he cover drives that ball, magic shot out there to long off for a single, taking the score to 182 for 4. And I don't know that I've seen Dom bat before, Jed. Have you seen much of him in the Nationals at all around the traps?
No, I can't quite remember him batting. I don't think we played Western Australia. Most of the other guys I've seen, but Dom I haven't. So I'm interested to see how he goes.
We wish him luck as he takes on Alfie Newman. And that's a cut shot. First ball, and he's smashed it away to the third man boundary. And that will cross the boundary for 4. So a fantastic shot there, first up by Dom, showing his intent as well. And obviously the Aussies are going to be really pushing hard now to try and push up above that 250 mark, Jed. I don't know what the chat is from the boys and what your expectations are of where you think you'll finish.
Yeah, we 160 off the 30, which is we're very happy with that. I think they're looking at 120, 150 off the last 15, should be some entertaining viewing.
See another 2 there to Dom, and he's definitely showing his intent here. And obviously the instructions from Richie Saniger is to push on, boys, now for the last, what are we? We've got probably 10 overs after this to go. So if they can go at 8th and over from here, that's another 80. So that's going to put the score up above that 250. Short ball down the leg side as we see Johnny Jewis down at fine leg field the ball and hurl the ball back into Lee, the keeper, Peter Lee. So this will be Alfie Newman's last delivery to complete his 9 over spell. And, he's got the 1 wicket stage. And that will conclude his spell of bowling. So he's got 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 52. So great work there by Alfie. Did a lot of the hard work early on, bowling up into that breeze, and that'll be tough for the guys bowling from this end, Jed.
Yeah, it will be. Drop a bit. Test these guys out. Interesting to see how they bat against our boys. Stuff.
So for those people that may have just joined the live stream here, the second ball of the day, obviously Matty Lewis got caught up and obviously injured himself. What's the word? Is he done for the day, do we know, or is he going to try and bat, or what's the situation with Matty?
Not sure. It's foot that's the problem, so can't put a lot of pressure on it. I think he's done for the day. I thought it was his ankle, but it's his foot, so it'll be ligaments in there, a lot of bones in there, so hopefully it's not too bad. And replace next game they can get to play. So
Yeah, it'll be a day of icing up and then obviously seeing if they can strap it so that they can get him back out on the park, because he's a huge loss to their team and a very important part of their makeup. Obviously the captain of the team, the leader of their team, leader of their culture, and obviously also one of their top order bats. So a big loss for the Australian Aboriginal team. We see Dom aggressively hit the ball down to long on. Well fielded there by Billy Moggs, one of the better fielders today. He's been exceptional in the field, running and using his agility as a boundary rider and an inner ring fielder early on. As we see Johnny Jewis into bowl to Draney, and he's worked the ball once again out through mid-wicket. It's like Groundhog Day. He's got a lot of runs. I'd love to see his wagon wheel. He now goes to 83. He's 4 for 191. Jed, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here. I'm going to... And he's been given out LBW. So a great delivery there by Johnny Jewis. Tom will be extremely disappointed getting out. It looked like he was set to go on to bigger and better things. So that's the 4th wicket there. Jed, it's been a pleasure having you here. Maybe one last word before we let you go and obviously get over there and support the teammates.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Ralph. Yeah, I've been very happy with the debut of today. Looking forward to tomorrow and the games after that. So hopefully we can get some wins to play in that final.
Beautiful. Thanks, mate. Thanks for joining us and helping out today. So the current situation, we see 5 for 191 coming to the completion of the 36 over. We see Craig Gislingham, who joined us earlier on in the commentary box, wandering out to bat, and love watching the great man Giz bat. And speaking of great men, joined by another great man, the wild thing, all the way down from Townsville, Queensland, Australia, one of my best mates in veterans cricket. Boy, you haven't had a shave, mate. What's gone on? Damien Meek, welcome to the commentary box.
Yourself. Afternoon all. How are we?
Having an absolute ball. If cricket's involved, it can't get any better than this. Beats working, doesn't it, mate?
Well, yeah, because you know I don't have a job. Yes.
Well, here's your opportunity. If you're looking to employ someone, Damien Meek's the man for you. Tell us what you're looking for. What's your resume and what sort of field are you trying to get into?
Cricket.
I don't know many teams that would want to pay to have you employed in their team, mate. You're a bit beyond it now.
Yeah, I must admit, it's getting a bit tough now when you get older. It hurts a bit.
So it's great to have you down here as we see 2 runs to the score. He's off the mark, first ball for 2. So it's good to have you here, though, mate. And you obviously got the lead pass from the Minister of Finance to come down and be a part of what is promising to be 6 or 7 days of fantastic cricket for both the over 50s Aboriginal team and the over 55's Australian and New Zealand teams.
Yeah, correct. The warden left the cell door open, so I snuck out this morning at 7 o'clock and made my way down here. I don't think I'll be able to stay too long. The warden will miss the washing, the ironing, and the mowing and everything I do at home while I've got no job. And besides, it's very expensive to travel when you haven't got a job. So I'm doing my best to just come down and say good day to all the boys. I like being down with all the lads, so it's good fun.
There's a lot of guys here that you've obviously toured with over your Veterans Cricket Australia journey and been to a couple of World Cups and represented Australia at every opportunity that you have. Who are some of the players that are in this team at the moment that you've shared a tour with, or am I putting you on the spot?
Yeah, it's on the spot. Selected Gislingham was in Sri Lanka at the beginning of the tour, and I've played more matches with Queensland boys, would probably be fair to say, because these guys are a little bit older than me.
Of course they are. You're still under 55, so a lot of Queenslanders obviously in this team with Clint Kebley and Johnny Short and Phil Puller. Is that are the only 3? There's 3 from Queensland. I think I nailed it in one. I'm pretty good at. Anyway.
And they're awesome story you forgot. Of course.
Yes, he's part of the furniture now. He thinks he's a locksmith, but now he's an official scorer for whoever we can tie him up with. So another single there to Matthew Drain down to long on. Takes him to 84. Now, Miki, obviously we're talking about Sri Lanka and obviously the Australians' performance, and we haven't really had an opportunity to catch up and talk about that tour. Maybe share with some of the listeners between deliveries what the tour was like, what the experience was like in Sri Lanka, and obviously the final result that was probably a little bit disappointing for a lot of the players. As we see, he's hit the ball down to long on, and Robbie Hyatt's the current bowler, so a bowling change. So Robbie Hyatt comes out of Victoria, so it's good to see him getting an opportunity to strut his stuff with the ball.
Yeah, thanks. It was another one of those magical experiences that you have to live it to believe how difficult some of the situations were, but how much fun it was as well. The wickets were really good. They weren't crumbly like everybody thought. It was just slow and slow. We had to adjust our game to that, which we struggled with, but we got there and
See Drain once again, another single down to long on, and I think that's probably going to be his game plan now until he gets to that magical 3 figures. Just work the ones, and I think the Aussies will attack from the other end and expect to see Giz go a little bit harder and take those risks on while Rainey anchors the innings for the Australians. And the beaten by the better team, obviously we're talking about the game against England, Sri Lanka, in the semi-final. That's what you're talking about, isn't it? Yeah, so maybe tell us a bit about that game and the lead up, obviously undefeated going through the preliminary rounds, which was a great achievement. And I guess then the disappointment of that game against Sri Lanka.
It was disappointing, but we learned a lot. It was one of those games that we got out of jail a couple of times. We had some scares, but we got there in the end and put ourselves in a magical position to play the final. It was a learning curve for everybody. The Sri Lankans bowled very, very well to their conditions. They bowled really, really slow. So when we were late cutting off them, it was barely making the 30-metre circle. When they were late cutting off through the vacant slip area, it was going to the fence. And that was probably one of the big learning curves. Our bowlers need to bowl just a little bit slower, our spinners. But in saying that, we did well to keep them to the total they got.
Yeah, and then obviously the disappointment against Sri Lanka, and it was quite interesting as a spectator at the World Cup watching both the Australians and the English go through the preliminary rounds undefeated, and then the semi-finals where the English played the Pakistanis, and Pakistan, who lost to Australia in the preliminary rounds, were good enough to get over the line against the reigning world champions in England, and then obviously Sri Lanka, who lost the game in their preliminary round against the English, only to be defeating the Australians. So then obviously that playoff, that third and fourth position was against the English, and came up against a red-hot English team, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. We struggled to make a competitive total on a wicket that I don't know whether it was really wet or something, but we noticed that the outfield was greener compared to when we played their matches earlier, and we could only muster, I think, 87 or 88 or something.
Oh, what an effort there by the guy at backward square. I think that's Robbie Hyde, a one-handed dive above his head, and unfortunately, it was turfed, but there's an opportunity to drain. So he's been dropped on 82. So, yeah, it was either going to stick or not, and unfortunately, Robbie Hyatt put it down. But a great effort there by the great man, Robbie Hyatt, as we see William Moggs having a bit of a trundle now. So, and then Drainey's hit that ball out backward a square, and he's coming back for two.
I think they fielded well there. There was
So he now goes to 85. Playing a little bit of catch up here in the live scoring of NV play at the moment. So bear with us while we catch up there. We see the ball hit by Drainey out to backward point for another single. Sorry, what was that, Miki?
no two balls the same here from Mogsy. He was great when we played in Mildura. He bowls from the stumps or behind the stumps, and then he bowls in front of them. And the ball just comes out so differently. So he's quite a hard bowler to get away.
Quicker delivery there out to backward square, no run. So what type of delivery is he bowling here? Because obviously we're side on. You've seen him play a lot more than we have.
Mainly offies, but he's got a bag full in his craft.
That looked like a leg spinner then.
Yeah, correct. Just as I said, offie. That's right. He's a surprise. He's pretty handy in the field. Very good and a great bat.
I'm surprised that he's come on so late. You know, we were talking earlier on that they probably missed a trick here by not bowling any spinners, and we thought that obviously Matty Lewis would be one of those guys that would be bowling some offies, and then obviously William Moggs is another of their spinners, and you know, to come on now, you know, at 5 for 204 in the 38th over, could be a little bit late, but anyway, we're not out in the middle.
Seems like the wind's picked up and he's bowling into it.
He's saying the wind's picked up. I think it's been blowing a gale since we got here. It's been windy all morning, but I'm not saying that you're full of hot air or anything like that. As you see, Robbie Hart into gears and he goes bang straight through the fake of the fielder, Alfie Newman. But lucky there's a sweeper out on the boundary line and just one more to the score. There it goes. Hang on 2 seconds, I'll put the mic in your mouth. I think they're probably more worried about what that final score may look like another tomorrow on the boundary. Bit drainy there on the 5-3, so that potentially could have gone to the boundary there with ricochet out to cover for 1 run. So there's 9 now.
Score is 5-207. Now caught back up again. So the great man horse is doing a wonderful job here, keeping everyone up to date with the scores. We're keeping you entertained with absolute crappy commentary. Is that right, Miki?
100%.
Yeah, since you joined the commentary, the quality's gone downhill, I would think. But I'd expect that from a Queenslander.
Well, I'm doing good.
Cut shot there by Giz out to the boundary, and there's a sweeper who's coming off the boundary line. Percy Raveneau, great work there, restricting the score to 1. So that's the game plan at the moment by the looks of it, just singles. They're protecting the boundaries reasonably well. Current run rate is up a little bit more, 5.3. Rainey once again goes bang out to that deep cover boundary for 4. What a brilliantly timed shot there by Matthew Drain. The boundary rider had no chance out there to even get close to that to that ball, and that takes him now to 96. He's got there quickly, hasn't he?
Very quickly, very, very quickly. That was a good shot. He just landed on it nicely, adjusted his shot, he timed it magnificently. How about these facilities?
They're pretty good, aren't they, mate? We've been commenting on them right throughout the commentary, how great the ground is, lightning fast, the pitch is beautiful. 7 ground staff were here this morning taking covers and Hessians off and, rolling the wicket, painting the lines. The crew here at Harrup Park have done an amazing job and been very supportive and very welcoming since I arrived here 2 days ago. And it's been an absolute pleasure to deal with them.
Magnificent venue. Just over behind us over here is where the women, Australian women's team played India under lights. And they were commenting on how great the facilities are. You can just look at it right now. So it looks like green carpet.
It's beautiful. It's obviously been oversown with the ryegrass. There's a stadium there with probably 1,000 seats. Unfortunately, the wicket has been top dressed since the Cricket Australia Indigenous Carnival that was here last week, and that was the only ground used. As we see, William Moggs bowling, and another single there to Matthew Drain takes him to 97, and they're going to come. No, they're not coming back for 2. So great bit of fielding there by Mark Smee, restricting the score to 1. And I don't know if you got to see Mark Smee bowl earlier on, but he bowled a great line and length. Probably restricted the Aussies earlier on. As we see Giz hit the ball down to fine leg for 4 runs. So great shot there by the great man Giz. Takes his score to 14 now. Score to 5 for 219. So
A bit loose there. Tried the quicker one, dug it in too short, and Giz was equally too
and 5 wickets down now with the Australians still with 5 in the shed. The long handle will be used, no doubt, for the next 5 overs. See Williams throw the ball up a little bit more that time and pace off, and that makes it a lot easier, or sorry, a lot harder for the batsman to use the pace of the delivery to hit the boundary. So brilliant bowling there by William Moggs. You see Matthew Drain now on 97 from just 107. Oh, was that a chance? Or was that a bump ball?
It looked like a chance, and I think Mogsy got confused. It's his birthday today, not the batsman's birthday, and let him off.
Is it really his birthday?
I believe so.
Oh, happy birthday to you, William Moggs. And I guess that's another life to Matthew Drain on 98 now. And he's left that ball and was waiting for that wide call and waiting. And then Colin decided to raise the arm. So another extra delivery in this over. And you can see that he's really quite a crafty bowler now, taking the pace off the delivery. So completion of another over there for William Moggs, who's bowled 2 overs now for 15. Current score is 5 for 222.
You've been waiting all day to say that.
I have. It's something that's very close to my heart. The great man Richie Benno, 222.
Agree. I think everybody's got a soft spot for old Rich.
Exactly right. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Richie Benno. We're not here to talk about Damien Meek or myself. We're here to hopefully celebrate a century here to Matthew Drain. He's currently sitting on 98 from just 118 deliveries. So let's hopefully get Matthew across the line here. And he goes bang, and he's going to push hard here. Down to third man. And great fielding there by Mark Smee, restricting the score to just 1. So 99 to Matthew Drain. And I'm assuming the boys down here on the scoreboard, Wheels, has got a 99 up there maybe so that he knows how many years. I don't know. Can't see the back of the scoreboard. So we see Rob Hyatt coming into Giz again, and he goes bang down the ground. There's a fielder under it, and he's taken a great catch down there. And that would have swirled around. It brought him back into play. And that was a great catch by Percy Ravenel down on the boundary there. So that sees the departure of Craig Gislingham for 15. So the 6th wicket falls. Score now 223. Great catch. Another quick fire innings by Giz. So doing the team thing and obviously keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, great job, I guess. We need a couple more though. A couple more innings like that, and then put a real challenge out to the batting.
And the captain of the Australian over 55's team has come to the crease, Richie Saniga. So we wish him all the best, taking strike, obviously, and representing Australia as the captain, inaugural captain of the over 55's team. So good luck to you, Richie. A great man, been a part of the veteran scene now for a number of years. Played a couple of games against him on our journey as well. So Rob Hyatt picking up his first wicket for the Australian Aboriginal over 50 team, has figures of 1 for 15. So did you bring your swag with you, Meekie?
No, I didn't.
So where are you staying?
With you.
You're not?
You said I could.
I think I'll put you in with John Short. I've heard people lining up to share a room with Shorty.
I've roomed with Shorty before with Queensland when we were playing the Quad Series in Brisbane. Nice bloke. Snores a lot.
I wasn't going to go there, but anyway, it's out there now. Apparently course, shared a room with him last night, and he said he's happy to move anywhere.
Yes, there's a good advertisement for another sleep apnea machine. That'll be about 6 on the boys going around the tours.
Here we go, Matthew Drain, 99, and he works the ball down to long on. Congratulations, Matthew Drain. 100 not out, representing Australia, over 55's. A very, very special moment for everyone involved. But to you, Matthew, very, very well deserved. And raise your bat, mate. Be very, very proud of what you've been able to achieve here today. But not just today, a recognition of your services to cricket for a very, very long time. Suck it up, mate, and enjoy. See Richie hit the ball down to long off. What a magnificent knock there by Matthew Drain, Damien Meek.
Absolutely wonderful. He looks a bit gassed, but I think he'll put the foot down now and either go hard or go home.
I think knowing Matthew Drain, he'll probably continue doing what Matthew Drain does and probably try and be there right to the end. That's the way he's played his cricket forever and ever.
Okay. Whack. 4.
Fantastic shot, backward a square for 4, and that's the first aggressive shot where he's gone slog dirty cow. And anyway, look, it's a celebration of a great innings by Matthew Drain. He's held the Australian innings together right from, I guess, when he came out to the crease when we lost that early wicket of Paul Ryan, and he joined Jed at the crease, and we spoke to Jed about how difficult it was early on, and obviously he did the hard work, and now he's reaping the rewards and the efforts of batting through the innings pretty much. So well done to you, Matthew Drain. Let's have a look. He's got 104 off 121 deliveries. He's hit 14 fours. And, batted exceptionally well and allowed, obviously, the strikers within the Australian team to go hard at the other end. And another flight of delivery by William Moggs. Richie Saniga is going to continue going hard from his end.
Yeah, Moggs is proven to be quite difficult to get away with his variations. Nice throw against the breeze there. Nice flat. It's a great arm out there.
That's Percy Ravenel, who took the catch earlier to dismiss Craig Islingham. So, yeah, they've got some great boundary riders, the Australian Aboriginal team. And a full toss there. He's not going to miss out on that, Matthew Drain, and he's gone bang again for 4. Probably be disappointed that he didn't actually get under it and go bang for 6 with the breeze the way it's blowing.
But like you said, he's got to be here for the rest of the innings.
And he will. But you know what? We've got a lot of people watching at the moment. We've got 63 people watching. That's the most we've had all coverage. So people tuning in, I guess, to see the final assault by the Australians. And for those that have just joined us, Matthew Drain is batting exceptionally well here and been the mainstay to the Australian innings. And a quicker delivery there. And Drainey's cut the ball out to deep point for another single. So that takes him to 109. A few people are sending me messages. Looks like Tariq Magani has provided the bat that Matthew Drain's using. Sent me a message. Another single there and brilliant bit of fielding there. But they misfielded and I reckon it was pretty close. If that was a direct hit, I think he might have found himself short there, Richie, but they've been able to get 2 runs.
Yeah, he would have kept running all the way off, I think. That was very, very close. Well worth it, especially this late. Another new batsman in there, it might be a little difficult to keep the total down.
And that's the completion of William Moggs' 3rd over. He has figures of none for 23 from those 3. Coming back to Tariq Magani, the great man, playing veterans cricket now in the over 40s for Victoria, a long-time supporter of Willowfest in Mildura, and won many cup grade championships over the years with the Eltham Panthers. and obviously he's used or supplied the bat that Matthew Drain is using. So thanks very much for sending me that message through, Tarek. Hope you're tuning in, enjoying the coverage here from Harrup Park. So, where are we at? We've got 42 overs gone, so 3 overs remaining. And we've got a change of bowler. Looks like Steve Jennings is coming back on to finish off from what we're terming the easy end for the bowlers. Left arm over, and Drainey's worked that just out to mid-wicket for 1. The current Australian score is 6 for 239. So they'll push on, I would say, probably look to try and hit around that 260 mark, Meekie.
Correct. They'll need it. The Australian Aboriginal team has got a it's got a deep batting lineup. And if Mogsy cuts loose, it could be all over very quickly.
Right, okay. Well, I'd be looking forward to seeing William Moggs have a hit. And obviously, the loss of Matty Lewis is probably that's going to hurt them really bad, unfortunately. So, they're going to bat 10, I guess, now. I can't see Matty getting out there, but knowing Matty, he'll be trying everything, but he'll probably be more inclined to probably stay out this one to see if he can get up for the next game. As we see Steve Jennings into Richie Saniga. And that's hit him on the back pad, and no response from the umpire. He clicked his clicker. I thought he was going to put his finger up, so that's obviously hit it. So that's 1 run to Richie. That's 6 for 240. So what are your plans tonight, Meekie? Are you going to hang around the bar, the pool, or both?
Well, for once, I don't have to get in the pool. Welcome relief. I don't like the cold water that much. But, I have a beer with the boys and catch up and have a meal and share some times. It's all good to see everybody again. It's really,
You see that ball go down the leg side and no run. So Steve Jennings has probably been one of, with Mark Smee and William Moggs, probably the pick of the bowlers for the team. And that's been called a wide this time. And no one down there on the square leg, backward square leg boundary. So a missed opportunity there from Matty. The fine leg is really quite fine. Nearly a backstop fine leg, really. It's really, really fine down there at the gate. Strong off his legs. Another one out to deep mid wicket, and a great arm there. So what are your plans through the off season, I guess? Obviously, there's veterans cricket here in Queensland played right throughout the winter. What does that look like for you with your commitment with Townsville and also the Brisbane team?
So Saturday, 2 o'clock back in Townsville, we have the initiation of the season. The sausage sizzle, barbecue type thing, and a free training run. Like anybody can come down, in other words. So bring the kids, everybody can have a bat and a bowl and a couple of beers, and we get all the registrations, uniforms, and everything sorted. It's a bit of an open day. Then,
And sorry, and that's veterans cricket, is it?
yeah, correct. We've got 6 teams. The complex, not as good as Harrup Park, but we're getting. We have 6 teams playing 10 rounds over the winter season, mixed in with we come down to Mackay. The Townsville team will come down to Mackay, and then Townsville team will go up to Cairns, and then Cairns and Cairns and Mackay will meet in Townsville and play there. In between that, fly down to Brisbane for a couple of games. Quad Series mid-year, great shot.
That's 6. Oh, what an effort. I hope he hasn't hurt himself. He's dived and landed on his shoulder, but marks me. What a great effort, but 6 all the way for that one. Richie Saniger's hitting with the breeze. It's out on the back oval. So, yeah, great shot there by Richie. Obviously just picked it up and allowed the breeze to carry it all the way for 6. So that's the second 6 of the day. And that's going to help the Australian over 55's team now as they push on to the 250 mark. What have we got? We've got a couple of overs to go. So 11 deliveries to go. Sorry, I cut you off there because that was a great shot by Richie Saniger. You were talking about veterans cricket in Townsville.
Yeah, it was a great shot. Mogsy dropped it a bit short. Just put it straight over the fence. Yeah, we've got about 90 players registered in Townsville, which is a great effort. People come from all over the region to actually play. We've worked the season to have T20 and 40 over matches. T20 games are normally on the same weekend as the Cowboys play, so at least the fans can go and watch the Cowboys as well.
Very good as we see Mogsy come in. Richie's gone bang again, and I think he's gone 6 again. He's gone 6 again. So he used the crease there and stepped away to the offside so that he could pull it around the corner over backward square leg, and a maximum there to Richie Saniger. So a great little knock here for the Australian team and the Australian captain. Now 19 from just 11 deliveries, Damien Meek.
Sensational. It's a lot flatter too. He hit it with a lot more power. Mogsy again just tried to put in a quicker one, but he was
Yeah, very much a leg side field here at the moment, and with that happening, the ball's now driven down to long off, and they've got 2 there. Great running there by Matthew Drain to get back running to the danger end. But we have a look at the leg side field, Damien, and we've got a backward square. We've got a deep backward square. We've got a mid-wicket. We've got a, sorry, when I say a deep, well, it's a mid-wicket. It's probably a deep square leg, but in front, a deep cow mid-wicket and a long off as Richie gets another single, and it takes the score to 258. So a great over here for the Australian over 50s or 55's team. And we see Matthew Drain back on strike now, sitting on Lord Nelson 1-1-1.
using the advantage of the little tropical breeze we got here, hitting to the leg side.
112 there to Matthew Drain. Come up to the last ball of William Moggs' over. Become quite expensive now for William, currently at none for 39, so he'll end up at none for 40 from his 4 overs. So be disappointed the way he's finished after starting off so well.
Yeah, correct. This is the last over now, isn't it? They're gonna be hitting into the breeze, so it was well thought out by the captain.
Yes, so 44 overs gone. The Australian team are now 6 for 260. So we'd be expecting probably maybe another 10 off this next over to leave them around that 270 mark. I guess it's going to come down to how well Steve Jennings bowls, and he's bowled exceptionally well. He's bowled 6 overs, probably under bowled a little bit, 6 overs, and has got 1 for 21. So let's see what the Australian captain, Richie Saniger, is going to do this over. Is he going to look to punish the ball out through the offside? There's a bit of a gap here. We've got a deep cover and a third man and a point and a long off. And on the onside, they're bringing up the fine leg for probably a backward square. A deep mid-wicket, mid-on and a mid-off. So they've only got, oh no, they're dropping square leg out now to the boundary.
No one back straight. Got 5 outside. Yep, all ready to go. Looks like he's going to bowl straight. Hopefully the breeze will allow him to do that too.
Where do you think Richie's going to target? Which boundary can you see? Is he going to go over mid-on, or is he going to go square to that point boundary?
Anything full will go straight over. and anything short will go over point. No one
Here we go. And he's missed it. That was full, and yeah, no, great delivery there by Steve Jennings. Definitely the pick of the bowler for the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team here today. The opening bats all mentioned that he was quite difficult to get away. So first delivery is a dot ball. What's Richie Saniga got up his sleeve here? Gone back in the crease and gone cut shot down to third man for a single. Brings Matthew Drain on strike, who's currently sitting on 112.
a little bit quicker. Just guided it straight down here to third man.
Quick run around the field. We've got a deep third man. We've got a backward point cover, deep cover, long off, mid on, probably on the 30 metre, deep mid wicket, forward square leg and a deep backward square leg as Steve Jennings thunders in and Drainey hits the ball to mid off, and no run originally, but they scampered through for a single. I don't know if that was a chance or not. Wasn't a chance for a catch though, was it?
No, just a little fumble last second. He was complacent. They would just no run. That's all right. 2 off the over.
Gone, bang, and that's going to clear the boundary down at fine leg. Watch out, kids down there. In fact, I think that's Steve Jennings' wife and daughter down there. So another maximum to Richie Saniga. This is exactly what the Australian team, the over 50s team, required from their skipper. He's raced to 30 from just 17 deliveries, and that takes the score to 268 with 2 balls remaining. And Richie Saniga has been very creative with the way that he's jumped around the crease, taking advantage. Obviously, looked to watch a lot of T20 cricket on the tally with some of the shots that he's played here today.
Absolutely. Where's this going to go, 12? Didn't bounce. Good ball. Straight over the stumps. Looks a bit frustrated, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's probably disappointed with that. He probably just needed to see the ball and hit it to wherever it needed to go. But great delivery there by Steve Jennings. Last ball of the innings for the Australian over 55s in the inaugural game here in Mackay. So where are we going now? Let's have a look at this last delivery. And he's gone bang out to mid-wicket. They'll probably just get one. And so that's going to wrap up the innings here. Very well bowled by Steve Jennings. And Damien Meek, I might just have one last word from you, and then we might wrap up this with a quick update of the score. And then we'll take a lunch break, a well-earned break for the commentary team and the players, and we'll be back for the next innings. So one last word from you, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Golf. They look like the total looks like it'll be achievable if they bat really well. It's not out of their grasp, so that'll be really good. And it's nice and sunny, so there's no chance of any rain or anything like that. And once again, a magnificent 100. He'll be well celebrated in the change rooms, I guess.
Yeah, he will. And a great knock by Matty Drain, and obviously being well received by his teammates now as we see him walk off the ground. Not out 113. He raises his bat to his teammates and the supporters down on the boundary line. And a round of applause to the great man, Matthew Drain. And a lot of people from around Australia will be watching with a lot of interest. So thank you for joining us today, Damien. We'll catch up with you probably at the pool or at the bar later on tonight. You may even want to come back and do some commentary later on. So thanks, mate. So we might just have a quick run through with the score card from the Australian over 55s. And obviously, Jed Mensforth and Paul Ryan opened the innings, and unfortunately for Paul Ryan, we lost him early with a bit of a fumbled catch from Stephen Lee, the wicket keeper, and he was out for 0. Next ball was Jed Mensforth, who got the innings off to a great start, making 30 from 45 deliveries with 6 fours in that innings. And then we saw Phil Tagapulla come out, and he continued the scoring, making 39 from just 36 deliveries with 7 boundaries in that innings. And then we saw Graham Crawford come to the wicket. A little bit slow to start with, but then got going with a 6, and also he made 17 from just 17 deliveries. Dom Crognali came and went LBW to Johnny Jewis for 8 from 7 deliveries. If I go back to that wicket of Graham Crawford, it was a brilliant catch by Johnny Jewis, one-handed, an absolute blinder. It stuck, caught and bowled. Then Giz came out, who joined us in the commentary box earlier. He made 15. And then Richie Saniga, probably the innings of the day, making 31 from just 19 deliveries. But the mainstay of the Australian innings was Matthew Grain, 113 from just 128 deliveries with 15 fours, batted exceptionally well, remaining not out on 113. Then we have a look at the bowling there for the Australian Aboriginal over 50 team. Steve Jennings opened the bowling, took 7 overs, and probably the pick of the bowlers, taking 1 for 30. Probably got a bit of stick there in that last over from Richie Saniga. Elfie Newman bowled 9 overs for 52. And Percy Raveneau bowled 5 overs for 39, marks me. And great spell, 8 overs and 1 for 31. Johnny Jewis, 2 wickets for 49 and a great caught and bowled catch. And obviously unfortunate to drop a catch down on the boundary line. He got smacked in the face but continued bowling as Johnny Jewis does, taking 2 for 30, 2 for 49 off 9 overs. Robbie Hyatt chipped in with a wicket late, bowling 3 overs, 1 for 22, and William Moggs bowled well early but unfortunately got tapped a little bit in his last couple of overs, ended up 4 overs, none for 40. So that's the scorecard here. Australia over 55s making 6 for 269 from their 40 overs, which means we'll have a short lunch break and we'll be back in about half an hour's time now to watch the Australian Aboriginal over 50 team set out to make that 270. So thanks for joining us here from Harrup Park. This is Anthony Telfer signing out for the moment. We'll be back for the next innings in about half an hour. Thanks very much. Australian over 50s Aboriginal team out in the middle. The Australian over 55's bowling, and we see Neil Grice with the RJR pink ball, ready to do his stuff. And we're joined in the commentary box by Matthew Drain, who batted absolutely magnificently in that first innings, making 112 from about 120 odd deliveries. I think it was 128 deliveries in the end, and I think there was like 16 fours or something like that. Matthew Drain, welcome.
Thanks, Elf. How you going?
I'm going great. Probably not as good as you, though.
Well, we've done half the job, but I guess the bowlers now, and great facilities here, Mackay. Great opportunity for everyone. Game so far been played in great spirits, which you would expect. And see how we go in the second half. So yeah, we've got a good bowling attack, we've got a good team.
Yeah, thank you. And you know what? I've got a very, very quick question to ask you, and I don't know when the last time it was that you made 100, but that's your first 100 representing your country. How do you feel?
First game for the country, so their first 100. So how do I feel? Yeah, probably satisfied at this stage. I'll be more satisfied when you win the game. So I guess as you get older, you realise it doesn't matter how many runs you make. You might make a little bit of 30 as long as you win. So winning's the number one thing. So hopefully win, which will make it more satisfying. But certainly to do it at this level takes a lot of support from a lot of people to just get to play these days. So I think that's the most pleasing part, whether that be family, friends, the support you get from your local club, in my case it's Geelong, the people that run Geelong like David Roach and Mick McGough who's here, so and then right through to the Victorian veterans, which I've played for 2 of the last 3 years. So that's the pathway to get us there, and it's been great to play with Victoria for 2 of the last 3 years. So all those things get you to the point, so that's satisfying. It's been a great experience for me. Having played a lot of cricket over many years, these last few years playing over 50 cricket and now over 55 has been some of the better cricket experiences I've had. So that's probably
And very humble too, Drainey. We go back a long way, and you haven't changed at all. It's not about the person, it's about the team and the game, and you've definitely shown that today as we see Neil Grice opening the bowling here for Australia, and a leg bye down to fine leg. And I would say that's the first run of the day while we're concentrating and listening to you speak, Matthew. And the innings was an interesting one. Obviously, losing Paul early put you out into the middle, probably earlier than you were expecting. And I was sitting up here in the commentary box waiting for you to get out onto the ground, and I noticed that Paul was 3/4 of the way off the boundary, and you were probably just coming out of the change room. So probably you weren't expecting to be out there as early as you went. What was it like early on facing the Aboriginal over 50s opening bowlers?
yeah, they both in some good areas. So it was one of those wickets early, had good carry and bounce. And as a result, if it was in your area, you could still score, and the outfield's fantastic. The facilities here are amazing. But if it was in that sort of corridor, yeah, you could easily play a miss and nick. So some balls ran through the sweeps or dropped short. So yeah, it was one of those periods where you could have lost early wickets. In my case, fortunate to bat a fair bit with Jed Mensworth, who batted really well. So yeah, it could easily, like any wicket, go either way, but you got very so yeah, it could have been certainly a lesser score. But like any cricket game, people bat through for long periods with partnerships. But Indigenous team, it's a good wicket to bat on, so they should enjoy it.
Wonderful. And obviously, sitting up here in the commentary box, we're well aware of how windy it is. What was it like out there batting in the wind? Because we saw obviously the guys coming from the northern end really pushing hard uphill and into that breeze. But from a batsman point of view, what was that wind like? Obviously, it made it easier to score, boundaries on this side of the pitch. But batting in general, what was it like?
I don't tend to worry too much about pitches or wind or anything like that. It just maybe changes your tactics a little bit because you start thinking about the fast outfield or this is hitting to the windy end and you're forgetting about the one thing, which is to watch the ball. So I think the major thing with the wind is just need a very short backlift so that it comes down with a full face. So I just focus on that personally, but not really an issue when you realise the value of the shot. Some of the balls were just off the sort of half middle, and they ran really well. So you don't get that. You don't get that in many over 50s cricket grounds unless you're playing obviously this level. And some of the carnival games we've played in the last few years, we're very fortunate as well. So I think all of us feel very lucky when we get these facilities rather than what mightn't be perfect.
Yeah, wonderful. And we see Craig Gislingham, another one of your Victorian teammates, opening the bowling for Australia here. Left arm orthodox and also has that very, very nasty quick in swinger and will be an out swinger to the left-hander. And I wouldn't have expected any different answer from you about your mental game. It's one of the best that I've seen going around veterans cricket where you don't worry about anything else other than watching the cricket ball. So well done to you with your innings today. It was most enjoyable sitting up here watching you compile those runs. And some of those balls that you timed through the covers along the carpet were absolutely sensational. And then obviously nothing's changed with your game because you're still very strong off the legs, and those shots through mid-wicket were also exceptional.
It's been a good season. I've had a few injuries and illness for a number of years. So the last came back and played the last 4 years. So this year in particular, I had an injury last year. I missed the carnival in Melbourne. So yeah, sort of set myself to get really fit and injury free, which is never easy at our age, and that's worked well. So it's been a really good year. Club Geelong, we won our flag. Played local cricket in Ballarat with some friends in lower grades, and then Victoria won in Newcastle in the first and second. So that was great. Wheels hit as well. His tennis selector, Jib was one of our selectors. So yeah, it's been a really good year. So this hopefully tops it off with a good carnival for all of us. I guess that's the aim. Will be a nice full stop on what's been a really enjoyable year. And I've loved these carnivals, as I've said, this one, all the national carnivals, and the stuff that the way you promoted veterans cricket in the last 3 or 4 years as well is clearly helping this game and growing the game and making what it is and what it will be.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun and enjoying what we do. And it's always good to catch up with mates that you played cricket with 30 years ago. Must be getting close. Or 40 years ago. There you go. Are we that old? Bloody hell. Oh, that's right. I'm 60. Anyway, so 2 overs gone. He's bowled his first over, and as usual, very miserly, as we see Gricey. No run there. 3/4 of the way down and all the way back again. And tell us the story behind the bat that you used today, Graney. One of our great mates, and he's been sending me messages all throughout your innings about this bat that you've been using all season, and obviously it's a good stick and it's yours to keep now.
I wouldn't say it's mine to keep. It's great mate of both of ours, Tarek Magani. Tarek, I coached Tarek at Carlton back 20 odd years ago, so we met. We've continued to have a great friendship and relationship. So I had a few years out, and he used to say to me, we played together in the BCCA probably 10 or 12 years ago. I had a few years out, and he kept saying to me, you need a better stick. So he lent me a stick about 3 years ago when I came back in a Victorian game up in Brisbane. So I've been using his sticks, and he's fortunate to get some very good Kookaburra bats. So every run I make this year, I've made a few, and I've said that 80% are Tarek's bat, 20% of my runs. So yes, very good. Tarek, he's playing over 40s in Victoria. Plays some veterans cricket back in Melbourne. So there's players like Tarek who still play good level Saturday cricket that's really taken it up as well. And as you know, over 40s has really grown. And the standard of that is
Yeah, the over 40s carnival, and there's an international series that's I think halfway through, currently being played in Brisbane. And, the Australians defeated the USA in the over 40s international series 2 days ago, and Canada and also New Zealand competed in that tournament. So veterans cricket is all go and all green, with the juniors, as we call them, coming through and creating pathways for cricketers that can go right through to play 70s. And I heard a rumour about a week ago that there's going to be a division for the over 80s training. So you and I have got another 30 years of cricket in front of us.
I might get a bowl. That'd be nice.
I don't think you will. Oh, well, you know, you bowled some very, very handy nude nuts back in the day, but there's a lot of guys just like you that now become really good off spinners in veterans cricket. So the current score is none for 6, as we see a ball left outside that off stump and through to Paul Ryan, the keeper. That's the completion of the 3rd over. For those that are just tuning in, I'm joined in the commentary box by Matthew Drain, the Centurion from the first innings for the Australian over 55s, and we're talking all things veterans cricket, and we might ask you a bit of a question about your cricket journey, Drainey, between balls. And I know that we came together back at Windy Hill and the Cross Keys Oval back in the day. I think that was probably where we first played together. Not sure that we played seconds together, but it was quite a great time to be part of cricket back in Melbourne.
Yeah, district cricketers going then. I got there in '84 as a 15-year-old at Essendon, and they were exceedingly strong. So probably the next 7 to 10 years with state players and international players. So you learn a lot as a person. It was a great breeding ground to develop young people, not just young players. So I think we met a couple of years later when you came across. I played lower grades for quite a few years. Started in the Dowling Shield, played lower grades for probably 6 or so years till I was about 21. So before I got into the first. Yeah, played for 15 years at Essendon all up from start to finish. Captain the first and played 100 games. So great club, life member, still friends with a lot of people from the club. And hopefully helped a lot of people get a start as well as time went on. So great memories were developed personally as well, and gave me great opportunities, I think, cricket, particularly Essendon Club. Had a couple of years at Sydney Uni because I went to Sydney for work, so that was a different style of cricket, grade cricket in Sydney, and learnt a lot. I'd probably already made 7 or 8 Premier Cricket hundreds in Melbourne by then, and that tested me more than anything. Different wickets, different type of bowlers. Essendon, for example, had Simon O'Donnell, Simon Davis, the young Jamie Siddons. Player, really good wicket for us. Craig Islingham played on. Yeah, one of his quicker balls by the look. So been bowling these off spinners for the last couple of years rather than these mediums, and that's the classic wicket of his
Yes, great wicket there from Giz, and that sees the first wicket fall for the Aboriginal over 50s team. They're currently 1 for 6. And, I can put my hand up and say that Giz has got me out as well with that quicker ball. It just comes straight back in at you, and I probably went out a very similar way. So great bowling there by Giz, taking his first international wicket at over 55s. Here's a question for you. Having played, and I know that there's more to your story to come, but having played district cricket or premier cricket or whatever it was called in New South Wales, knowing that there's some premier cricketers from New South Wales in this team in Paul Ryan, did you ever come across Paul Ryan, or have you had that conversation to see if you cross paths, because he played premier cricket for a long time in New South Wales as well?
Yeah, he sure did. He was captain of St George at the time when I was captain of Sydney Uni. We crossed paths a couple of years ago, probably 3 years ago now, when playing in Brisbane. He was captain of New South Wales, I was captain of Victoria. So, I remembered his name, and we had a good chat about that. So he remembered the particular game, which is a good memory for him and a poor memory for me. We lost, Uni lost to St George, and he was a star at St George. But unfortunately, he did remember the game because Brad McNamara, and in those days, Premier Cricket in both Melbourne and New South Wales, the state players and test players played a lot, as you know. It wasn't as much franchise, there wasn't any franchise cricket or 2020 or less one day. So anyway, they had Brad McNamara, who I think I made about 10. It took me about an hour and a half, and I should have been out 28 times. He just made me look silly. Probably should have trod on the stumps. But anyway, he remembered that, so I'll try to forget about that. He was a very good player, Paul. So, and that's one of the things about this. We've known each other since the 80s. We hadn't seen each other for a while, and we reconnected in Adelaide a few years ago. But Paul, having played against him, I've knew since the late 80s through football, actually having a run at Richmond. He was playing there. So and there's 6 degrees of separation. The guys from Mildura know people that I've played footy with and cricket with, and so it's all this. Everyone is somehow connected, and or you make new relationships. So that's the other great part about it, and satisfying part of it. As you asked me, what's satisfying?
Yeah, very good. And I was absolutely 100% positive there would have been a crossing of paths between yourself and Paul Ryan. And I know that he plays the game very hard, just like you, but it's also played fair and obviously great memories after the games as well. And we see that ball worked away for the first boundary to the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team, down to third man. And that sees Alan Bagur off the mark, I think. Oh, no, he's gone to 9, sorry. I need to clean my glasses, Drainey. So you hold the microphone and provide some commentary while I clean my specs. Sure.
So Neil Grice had a bit of a break there while Richie Staniger, who's the captain of Victoria, plays for Southeast and has played for Australia before at a World Cup a few years ago. Unfortunately, that was COVID interrupted. So one of Richie's first games for official games for Australia, and he's captain. So they were setting the field, and then another square drive. This time, though, we've had a deep third man. It's only 1 run. Batter on strike. Who is? Peter Lee just looks like a wide one from Neil Grice. Neil Grice, Tasmanian, captain of Tasmania in the over 50s in Adelaide a couple of years ago. I was quite a heavy ball and hit it pretty well. And I think he captained the 55's more recently in the ACT tournament. As well as that length, one to backward point.
Yeah, Gricey's been injury prone over his veterans journey, and he's played 3 or 4 nationals tournaments and got picked to play for Australia and got injured, and so it's been unfortunate for him. But he was telling us earlier in commentary, Matthew, that his run-up was 18 yards, and it's only this year that he's cut it back to about 9 steps, and he's finding that his recovery after the game is a lot better. So let's hope for Gricey's sake that he gets through this week and continues on his journey with veterans cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. He loves the game. He can bat, bowl, and he's still a fit-looking man. So we need, and clearly he's been a very good player and continues to be a good player. So the more guys with talent and enthusiasm to play, like Bryce and others shot, the better the standard's going to be. And that's going to be duplicated right throughout Australia, which is really what we're after.
Exactly right. And he's still playing Premier cricket. Can you believe that? Playing thirds in Hobart for Linda's Farm. So he's there to support the young kids, and he's been playing with his son, which is one of the highlights of his career. And but he's now playing obviously veterans cricket and is going to continue on that journey playing and representing Australia, obviously subject to his body being able to cope with the rigours of fast bowling. One of, as you said, one of the quicker bowlers in the comp bowling a heavy ball. So we see Craig Gislingham resuming from this northern end, pushing uphill and into that very, very stiff breeze. And that's down the leg side for wides, and that's going to race away to the boundary for 4 wides. So a handy boundary there, the over 50s Aboriginal team. So tough ask there for Paul Ryan to grab that ball, knowing it was a quicker ball and how far Giz brings that one back in, Matthew.
Yeah, it's always the risk with the new ball when you're bowling a spinner who bowls a little bit quicker, but risk reward in some ways, and the field's set accordingly. So he's just throwing one up there a little bit. And one of the things with the breeze, you get roped into trying to hit through, particularly when you float them up there, and then you get that quicker one. So yeah, they're going to have to be on their game here. Really got to get in on the. Oh, it's bowled him. That's bowled him. I'm not sure if it's something or what, but yeah, it's perfect. Another quicker one. Had the slow one the ball before, dragged it slightly forward, and then one looks like through the gate. Too far. And Craig Gislingham, the man.
Yes, and continues to excel at this level, does the great man Giz, and that's his second wicket with that nasty delivery that is a lot quicker, and obviously that breeze is helping him a lot, being able to swing that ball back in between bat and pad and obviously cleaning up the castle. So the Australian Aboriginal over 50's team in a little bit of trouble now at 2 for 17 from just 5 overs, and knowing that Matty Lewis potentially won't bat, it's going to be a tough ask. They definitely need to now knuckle down and try and get through to 25 overs without losing any wickets to hopefully put them in a position to be able to make a major assault towards that back end of the innings. But we see the new batsman now coming in, and that is Daryl Smith, the vice captain, Dipper, and an absolute ripper bloke is Dipper. So we'll run with that because that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, so Daryl took over when Matty got injured. Doing a good job out there, communicating well to his bowlers, swapping them around. Clearly a very experienced cricketer. I haven't played against many of the Aboriginal team. I know a couple of them, but he's doing a good job out there. And clearly it's about partnerships, as we said in our innings. The thing is, it's probably hotter now. So you get 1 or 2 partnerships together, and that lasts 15 to 18 overs at our age, and in any age, is always really difficult in one-day cricket, particularly when teams batted first and guys have already batted. You've got to then come out, so it's not that simple. But then I guess they're first, but batting's a lot easier late in the game, so they could easily score it. On this foul, score it, and over comfortably. But you've got to get to that point where this partnership or the next one's probably pretty critical.
And we see the first delivery Dipper faces, and it's worked out to cover and no run. So having a look at the field here for Giz, we've got a first slip, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, and one back on the boundary at square leg. The next delivery's played forward, back to the bowler. And you talk about the weather and the wind, and it's not part of your mental game of cricket while you're out there batting, but what were you physically like towards that back half of the innings as far as your fitness is concerned, and you mentioned that you'd worked a lot on your fitness to make sure that you could get through the games, but that's probably the longest you've batted for a long time, unless you've been making hundreds in that club cricket in Ballarat.
So I've had a few long innings, probably similar in club cricket and also in veterans cricket and the championships had probably similar time. So I was opening the batting as well. So I think one of the games in the championships I batted all the way through. So yeah, I've done it a few times. Yeah, I have worked really hard on my fitness. Yeah, it was just one of the things about playing this year, but also just changing things up and doing a lot more yoga and Pilates and going back to those things, which has really been as much not for cricket, but for enjoyment and keeping physically active as you get older. Maintaining strength or getting stronger is really important. So that's really been very benefit to my cricket. So I feel good. I'd like to be out there fielding. We do have 12. We've got 14 in total. Not everyone will play. We've missed 2 guys have missed the game today, so we'll rotate around over these 3 games after today. So, yeah, we can play 12. So I'm sitting up here. So I guess I'll be hitting on. I love the field because as a batter, he doesn't bowl, unfortunately. We all know we do a lot more fielding than batting. So you've got to love your fielding.
Yeah, very good. And that was my next question. I was going to actually say you must be struggling because you're sitting here talking to me and taking the easy option of taking those first 5 to 10 overs of just relaxing, putting your feet up, letting the boys do all the work. But I know that's not in your makeup. And when I saw you sitting there and you said you had 5 overs to spare before you go back out, we're at 6 overs, I know you'd be anxiously trying to get back out on the ground. So I'm going to probably let you go and obviously grab a drink before you run out and do some fielding. But on behalf of everyone that's been watching this telecast, I just want to say congratulations to you for your maiden century for Australia representing your country. And it was an absolute pleasure to watch you carve up the bowling today and post that undefeated century. So well done, Matthew Drain.
Thanks, Pelf, and thanks for the work you do, Spirit of Cricket, as I said. But thank you to the governing body, VCA, for putting this on. Veterans Cricket Australia, also Victorian Cricket, from obviously where I come from, and our club cricket as well, with Saxon Shield and all the support we get to play this game. I just feel really grateful and appreciative that we can get to do this and still play a game that we love most of the time. So thanks so much.
Absolute pleasure, Matty, and thanks for joining us here, and thanks for sharing your cricket journey and obviously discussing the game that's or the innings that you played today. I have a soft spot for Matthew Drain because we do go back a long way, and to be here and witness you score that century, it was amazing. As we see Gricey a little bit wider outside that off stump, and I know Alan Bagur loves a cut shot, so he'd be a little bit disappointed that he missed out there. However, there is a man at deep third man, a fairly squarish position down there, so probably would have only been a single. The ball worked out to square leg there for a single, so continues to compile the runs, currently 11 off 24. Or is it going to be 10? I'm not sure if that's 11 off 25 deliveries. So he's going to play a similar role, I think, to Matthew Drain and hold the innings together. And hopefully the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team can put together a bit of an innings now with Dipper, I guess, standing captain while Matty's off injured, and Alan Bagur. So I had the pleasure last night at the cap presentation for the Australian over 50 Aboriginal team to present Alan Bagur's baggy green, and boy, it was an emotional night while I was there, watching the caps being presented to the guys and then listening to them receive their baggy green and what it meant to them and why they were here representing their culture. So well done to all of the guys in that team. As we see a full toss that Alan's missed out on again, probably a top edge, and it's flown over the top of first slip down to third man and picked up down there, and he scampers back for 2. That will take him to 13, and the current score is 2 for 22. Richie's back in the commentary. 2 for 22. I love that. I love the 222 today. A play and a miss there by Al. So Giz is mixing the deliveries up here, varying his pace and his flight. Crafty bowler. Oh, that has only just missed the off stump. So well left there by Al. And there's about 57 people watching in at the moment, so feel free to put in some comments into the YouTube chat and say hello, tell us where you're listening from. And a quicker delivery there, and that's pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary by Allen for 4 runs. A fantastic shot there. So that takes him now to 17. He's just dropped it a little bit too short. A lot quicker delivery, and Alan Bagua rocked back onto the back foot and punished that ball with a fantastic pull shot in front of mid-wicket. Lightning fast ground out there. So great shot there by Al. And it's thrown up a little bit. And I think that's a great catch there by Richie Saniga, and been given out, carried by both umpires. So a disappointing way to get out there by Al, but an absolutely amazing, brilliant catch there by Richie Saniga. Getting his fingers under the ball and then throwing it into the air. So that sees the back of Alan Bagua. So that's now score 3 for 26. He departs for 17 after playing a fantastic pull shot in front of mid-wicket, and then to get out next ball be extremely disappointing for Allen. So the Australian over 50s right on top here at the moment. As I was saying, if you're tuning in and listening to my dulcet tones, please share a comment in the chat group. Tell us where you're listening from, and we'll give you a bit of a plug and a bit of a wrap, and engage with the audience that's watching this inaugural Tri-Series game live from Harrup Park, from the Jack Lancaster Oval here in Mackay in Queensland in Australia. It's an absolute privilege to bring you the live streaming of this game and the commentary and obviously the interviews that we're trying to pick up with the players from both sides. And it's been a pleasure that all of the Australian team have been making themselves available to share their story, talk about the game, and talk about this amazing tournament and the venue that we're here at today. You see Craig Gislingham resuming again, and he's gone bang, and it's a drop catch. And chance of a run out as well, so nearly the double play, but Giz would be disappointed dropping that catch, but that was hit extremely hard down the ground by Johnny Jewis, who took a magnificent catch, very similar actually. So he nearly got out the same way that he got Graham Crawford out in the first innings. So he's now off the mark with 1. Score is now 3 for 27 from 8 overs. Like Neil Grice is going to continue from the easy end, as I call it. Fast bowler's easy end. Downhill with the breeze. And the workhorses do the hard work uphill and into what is a 20 to 30 kilometre an hour breeze. You probably can't pick that up in the camera, but it is quite windy here, and we're sitting aloft on the first level with the wind blowing straight in our face. We see 3 slips in a gully and a play and a miss outside off stump, and that stayed a little bit lower, that delivery. That's the first one that I think I've seen that stayed down a little bit. Normally they're coming through at stump height, and that's gone through at half stump height. So are we starting to see the wicket change? And playing a miss outside that edge, and what a magnificent delivery there by Neil Grice. And Simon Nish is watching, tuning in. Thanks for the comments, Nishi. Hope you're enjoying it. Yes, it was a good catch by Richie Saniga. And at this stage, yes, the fielding is looking like it's making the difference. So thanks for the comments there in the chat group, mate. As we see the ball work to backward square by JJ and no run. And it's great to see Johnny Jewis back out there. He was fielding down at fine leg in the first innings, and the ball was whipped away by Graham Crawford at 100 miles an hour, and he was on the boundary line, and the ball went through his hands and smacked him in the jaw. And we were extremely worried that he'd done a nasty injury, and I think he split a lip or inside his mouth, and a bit of blood, but he stayed on and continued bowling, and then the next over he took that great catch to get rid of Graham Crawford. So, JJ, you're one of the strongest, gutsiest man in veterans cricket, and you're out there now playing the game you love, as we see a swing and a miss outside the off stump. A couple of people I'd like to mention while we're just waiting for Gricey to shine that ball. Andrew Rumbelow has provided a board game called Thinkle for the best player of the game. See the ball hit out point by Johnny Jewis. The best player judged by the umpires will receive that board game, which is a magnificent family game, and I'm sure the winner of that board game from each of the games is going to enjoy that and taking it home and playing with their family and friends. So thank you to Rumbles for that kind donation here during the week. And I would also like to thank RJR Sports for providing the cricket balls, magnificent pink 4-piece RJR balls, which are one of the best on the market going around in world cricket. And to Ryan Armstrong, thank you so much for your support. And each of the captains are going to award a RJR cap to the player they judge the best player from the opposing side. So we're looking forward to that presentation. And then the umpires will then also award the Spirit of Cricket Award, which is a Spirit of Cricket lapel pin, which the players will be presented who portray the best traits of the spirit of cricket throughout the course of the game. So thank you to those three sponsors and supporters. And then we also want to thank Sixth Car and Truck Rental for the magnificent vans and trucks that we are using this weekend. As we see Giz resuming from the northern end, the tough end, uphill and into the breeze. Ball is hit out to point. There's no run. We've got Daryl Smith on strike at the moment. Vice captain, probably the current standing captain for the game while Matty's off injured. And there's an appeal for an LBW, probably a little bit too high, I would think, from here. The big appeal from keeper and first slip, and obviously Giz is always up and about for a wicket, so he was supporting the boys behind the stumps, but given not out by umpire Colin. Slower delivery, worked the mid-wicket by Dipper, but no run. Current score is 3 for 27. Current run rate sitting at 2.84, I think. My glasses must be getting dirty again, or the wind's just moving the monitor too much and I can't focus on it. Uses his feet and gets down the wicket, and a leg by there by the looks of it. Ball is thrown and hit Dipper in the back of the leg, but no damage done there. Speaking of damage, about his injury, but depending on the situation of the game, he said that he's going to strap it up and come out to bat if required. So we'll wait and see if Matty comes out. There's that quicker delivery there from Craig Gislingham, and done a lot of damage today with 2 wickets already from that. 3 wickets, but 2 from the quicker ball. Two wickets from the quicker ball, but he has 3 wickets. Currently 3 for 15 from the end of his 5th over now, and shorter delivery, and unfortunately Dipper's missed out on that. The completion of Craig Gislingham's 5th over. The exceptional figures of 3 for 15 and doing all the hard work from that northern uphill into the stiff breeze end, and doing a great job for the Australian over 55's team. Neil Grice is also bowling exceptionally tight as well, and probably unlucky not to have a wicket, but he's doing a great job from the southern downhill with the breeze, easy end. Bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Might see if we can get one of the Australian Aboriginal boys over here to have a bit of a chat with us and give us their thoughts on the game and where it's currently poised, and maybe find out a little bit more about their batting depth and obviously their experiences so far, being the first day of the inaugural tri-series for over 55's, and they're a part of that and a very important part of that tri-series. Change of bowling here. See Johnny Stevens from New South Wales getting to represent his country for the first time and having his baggy green awarded to him last night. So welcome to Veterans Cricket for Australia, Stevo. And another fast bowler that wants that easy end downhill with the breeze. But I'm sure he's absolutely enjoying the opportunity to obviously represent his country here today. Like he's bowling outswing, bit of movement off the wicket and away from Daryl Smith. Leaving the ball outside the off stump. It's a shorter delivery there and well fielded there by Giz, who's really in the game at the moment at 3rd slip. We run around and have a look at the field here. We've got 3 slips, gully, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a backward square leg. So very, very attacking field here set by Richie Saniga. Short ball and caught, dropped. Dropped there by Phil Puller. Straight in and straight out. Maybe I called it too early. Perfect height, or was it one of those in-between heights? Not sure whether to get the hands or fingers pointing up or down. So disappointing effort there, but here's an opportunity for Daryl Smith now to take advantage of it and let that ball go through again. It stayed a little bit low, but Phil will be very disappointed with that effort there, and I know he sets very high standards with his fielding along with his batting, and he batted brilliantly today, but he'd be disappointed with that drop catch there. So a chance there for Dipper, sitting on 2, so an early chance there. Current score is 3 for 28. Johnny Jewis is on 1, and as I said, Daryl Smith is on 2. We're going to be joined in the commentary box here by Stephen Jennings, probably the pick of the bowlers today by the Australian Aboriginal over 50's team, and I'm surprised to see him here putting his hand up to come and speak in the commentary box, because I witnessed his cap presentation. He said he's a man of few words last night, but I tell you what, last night was a very, very emotional cap presentation. So Steve Jennings, thank you for coming up and joining us in the commentary box. And I'll get those headsets put on and welcome you here, mate.
Very happy to be here.
So it's great to have you here, and obviously we might just continue on with that conversation. Last night's cap presentation, mate, that meant a lot to you, didn't it?
Absolutely. Very tough place to grow up in Melbourne as a young Aboriginal boy. To get the opportunity to come up here and play these guys.
Just cut you off there. We've got another wicket there, LBW, and we've got a change of bowling. We've got Brad Perdue coming on for his first over, and he's picked up a wicket in his second delivery, and we see Johnny Jewis, LBW,
That breeze is obviously assisting these left armers here, Steve, and that's obviously come back in with a bit of an arm ball there from Brad Perdue. So he takes his first wicket representing his country. And I might just come back to you while JJ comes off and continue on that conversation about your journey as an Aboriginal young boy growing up in Melbourne, mate.
Yes, it was very tough. You copped a hell of a lot for the colour of your skin. That's old school days, but times have changed a fair bit since then, rightly so. Yeah, we were all expected to be, because we're Aboriginal boys, once across that white line, we're expected to be the superstars. Quite a few of us were, but my love was cricket, not so much football, but love me footy, but mostly cricket for me.
Very good, and you love your footy just like I love my Hawks. Who's your AFL team?
Well, I am born and bred Fitzroy supporter, and when they merged with Brisbane, I didn't watch football for about 12 months. And decided, yeah, I better start watching. I can't handle that jumper running around and not supporting them. And one that wouldn't spoon, but the following year, they got Matthews up there, and that changed.
Yeah, the Hawthorn connection is obviously going gangbusters right round Australia, and obviously we've got Chris Fagan up there now, and he came out of the mighty Hawks as well. So it's great that you're back supporting your Brisbane Lions, but obviously we're here today to watch your team take on this very strong Australian over 55's team. But the cap that you got last night, what did that mean to you when you received that cap? And obviously you had your family there as well last night, and it was close to tears, I think, when you were speaking, mate. And it really touched me while I watched you receive your cap and speak about it.
Oh, look, it meant a hell of a lot. I mean, especially as a young boy growing up, loving the game of cricket. All kids ever dream about playing cricket is that baggy green. To be presented that baggy green, very, very emotional, and to have the family there and do it again. But yeah, to have that family there was absolutely amazing. And daughter already said that's going to be left to me.
And you know what? There's no embarrassment about shedding a tear or getting emotional about that. And Greg James spoke about that and spoke about showing your emotion and being proud of your culture. And we saw that come out last night, and we're watching it here today out on the cricket field. And we've got Percy Ravenel, who's come out now, and he's smacked 2 fours very quickly here. So his intent is being made quite clear. Can you tell me a little bit about Percy? Because obviously there's 2 brothers in the team. Do you know where they're from and what their background is,
Not a lot. I've played one game of cricket against the New South Wales Blues with Perth. He didn't come to Harrow with us, unfortunately, but he is the life of the party and keeps everyone happy and laughing. He's a real character.
Yeah, and I'm watching him out there engage. I think he was engaging with, might have been Jed Mensforth then, and they were tapping each other on the back, and Perth gave him one in the ribs as well. So he's obviously a true character in that team of yours, and you need blokes like that, and it makes it far more enjoyable when things aren't going your way, and they pick the spirits up of everybody.
Oh, absolutely. He just keeps going. He's like a little wind-up doll. Never stops, and he will. He will just take things on.
And we see I think there was a catch there and a nick behind. The hole slips cordon and keeper went up, and unfortunately Steve-O's bowled a no ball. So now we've got a free hit. So double whammy here for Steve-O. Could have picked up another wicket, and unfortunately has to now bowl a re-ball, and it's going to be a free hit and a swing and a miss there by Dipper, and unfortunately he's missed out there. So where's Perth from? Do you know?
He's living in Bathurst at the moment. Originally from Killamore with Dipper and the other boys. I think that's where all 4 of them grew up
Yeah,
there together.
full toss there, or Yorker, and unfortunately Dipper's missed that one and smacked him probably on the toe right in front of middle stump, because I don't think the umpire thought about that decision. His finger was up before they appealed, so it must have been a pretty close call there for him to react so quickly. So the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team here are in a little bit of trouble now at 4 for 38. Might be 5 for 38 now as we wait for NV Play to catch up, but disappointing for Dipper there to see him on the way back to the boundary line. And looks like we've got Mark Smee to come in to have his first hit for the team. Are you batting?
I am. So, yeah, the way we're going, I might have to love and leave you very shortly.
That's why I asked the question. So, you know what, Steve, and I met you at Harrow for the first time and got the opportunity to keep and play a game with you, and it was an absolute pleasure then, and it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here today, and obviously we're hoping that you enjoy the next few days playing cricket here and representing your culture, and feel free to come back and say hello again over the course of the week, and we'll find out a little bit more about your story. But we'll let you get going and go and get ready to go out and smack a few around the park, mate.
Well, I hope so. All right. Thanks for the chat anyway.
Pleasure. Thank you. So that was Steve Jennings, the opening bowler for the Australian over 50s team. The Aboriginal over 50s team, as we see Mark Smee face his first delivery. And obviously the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team are in heaps of trouble here at 5 for 37. Steve-O come into bowl again and outside the off stump, and let go through to keeper Paul Ryan. It'll be interesting to see what happens now with Matty Lewis. I can't see him putting the pads on now. With them in so much trouble. Look at that bounce that John Stevens is getting from that downhill with the breeze, easy end, bending his back and getting that steep bounce. So class bowler here by the looks of it, with Steve-O bowling quite a heavy ball and getting some outswing with that RJR ball. And fantastic fielding there by Phil Puller, probably saved a boundary, flicking it down to Dom Crognali, who was fielding at point on the 30-metre circle. So well fielded, and that's the completion of John Stevens' second over. He has excellent figures. 1 over, 1 wicket for 1. That one was a no ball. So we'll see Brad Perdue resume from this northern end, bowling his left arm spin, arm balls, quicker balls. Got Percy Ravenue facing spin of Brad Perdue with a slip, gully, point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and short, fine leg. So quite an attacking field here. There's only one on the boundary. And that's cut away again, and that's going to probably, it's going to race to the boundary and has gone away for 4 runs. So fantastic shot there by Pearce, and he's top scorer nearly with 12. Alan Bagua made 17 from 30, but Pearce has raced to 12 from just 5 deliveries and 3 fours. So fantastic aggressive batting here without actually taking any risks. Forward defensive shot there out to short mid-wicket, fielded by Dom Crognali. Current score 541. Fuller delivery and work down to mid-on for no run, fielded by Craig Gislingham. ball worked out there to Gully for no run. One of the things you'll find with Brad Perdue is he gets through his overs very quickly, and it's the fast bowlers curse bowling from the other end. They don't get much time to recover. So, and that's hoik, an attempted hoik over mid-wicket, but obviously pitched outside off stump or down leg side. I can't tell from this angle, but no appeals from keeper or bowler. So Pearce is coming across as a very attacking batsman. He dances down the wicket and smashes it straight down the ground for an excellent shot for 4 runs along the carpet. Used his feet to the bowling of Perdue. And I tell you what, Percy looks like a class batsman out there. He's not going to hang around and not going to leave anything behind. He goes to 16 from just 10 deliveries with 4 fours. So all of his scoring shots are coming from boundaries. And I see Kevin Mason, we have our first international viewer, is sitting in Thailand, and he's been listening and watching the commentary. So thank you to Kevy007 Mason for tuning in, a great supporter of veterans cricket and cricket in general around the world. He travels, he's been over there playing at the Chiang Mai Sixers, and we see a play and a miss from Mark Smee. But Kevy, thanks so much for joining us here on SOC TV Global, and hope you're enjoying the picture and the commentary today. And hope you enjoyed yourself at the Chiang Mai Sixers, and obviously then there's a full toss slower ball. But they called it wide. They've run through. A tough ball to take as a keeper. So it must have been down the leg side, and Paul Ryan did a great job, probably just even stopping the delivery. Yes, Kevy's been overseas for the last few months. He went to Sri Lanka with the Spirit of Cricket touring team and had an absolute blast over there. And then from there, he went to Thailand to play in the Chiang Mai Sixers. And we see first dance down the wicket to take that bounce out, and he whipped the ball out to a very straight mid-wicket. I'm not sure, was that called a no ball then or not? No? Okay. It is. Yes, it was called a no ball. So my commentary is keeping our scorers on the toes. They've got to get the white ink out and make a correction. So a free hit here. And that's gone straight over third slip and been put down, but doesn't matter. So that was Crawford. It was a no ball, free hit, so it didn't matter whether he caught it or not. So they got 1 run there. Crawford would be disappointed with himself that he dropped that catch. And so it's all happening here at the moment. Got no balls, free hit. See Paul Ryan coming up the stumps here, obviously because Pearce has been prepared to use his feet and get down the wicket, so he'll probably keep Pearce back in the stumps. Back behind the crease, sorry. Not sure what the delay is here, but see how we go here now. And that's a ball down the leg side, and that's a mis-stumping there by Paul Ryan, but a really tough one because it was so wide. So be disappointed with that, but there's an opportunity missed. But he did well to save 4 byes there. Short of a length there, pushes Pearce back onto the back foot, ball squirted out to point. But back to Kevy, thanks very much for tuning in, mate. Hope you're having a great time over there. Glad you enjoyed the commentary that we brought to you and bringing Steve Jennings' interview. There's a cut shot away to the third man boundary for 4 by Percy Ravenel. Fantastic shot. Picked the gap between gully and point. Now goes to outright top scorer for the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team on 21 from just 14 deliveries, and he's hit 5 fours, so absolutely having a crack. And I've got a quick drinks break here now, so I might just have a quick break myself, wet the whistle, and have a bit of a drink, and we'll come back to you straight after this break with the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team, currently 5 for 54 from 15 overs. Welcome back to the Jack Lancaster Oval, Harrup Park Oval number 3. From very windy Mackay, Queensland, Australia, inaugural prize series for the over 55s between Australia and also the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team, who are in heaps of trouble at the moment. 5 for 54 in just 15 overs. Have Mark Smee and Percy Ravenel out there in the middle. And I've had a comment from Scarden, our live chat. And apparently Percy is the unofficial mayor of Bathurst. So we'll have to find out more about what that actually means. As we see Mark Smee defend the ball back down the wicket. Bowling of Brad Perdue. Thrown that up a little bit more and a bit of pace off. Hit out to cover for no run. That
that quicker delivery arm ball that's worked away just back with a square leg. Up by John Stevens for 1 run. So that gets Mark away. Now 1 from 9 deliveries. The man of the moment. At least 2, sorry. I've got the mare from Bathurst, Percy Raveneau, whose ball's gone down. I'm not sure whether that's come off the leg. It has. That's a leg by for 1. What about that? Can you hear me now? Beautiful. I don't know which button's up and down, but anyway, I put that down there like that. I put that down there like that. You should still be able to hear me. Damien Meek, welcome back to the commentary box.
Thanks, mate. Check your feed on your overwhelming support.
Fantastic, mate. Thanks for that feedback. I'm happy to go to the pub if you want to continue on for the rest of the afternoon.
Put that to the audience.
I can guarantee they won't want to listen to your shit.
Oh,
Well,
look at the responses. Look at the responses coming through. Wow. Back to the wall, all right.
Yeah, they have. Unfortunately, they've lost too many wickets in that first 15 over session. But Craig Gislingham bowled exceptionally well using that breeze to his advantage. And there's a pull shot there by Mark Smee out to the square leg boundary for 4. Fantastic shot. So let's hope that we can see some rearguard action and some great cricket here by the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team, and they can really dig in and put some pressure on the over 50s Australian team.
Yeah, the wind has certainly picked up.
Because you've come back into the commentary box, I tell you, it's still blowing the same gale force wind that has been blowing all day.
If I've come back, how come it's still the same?
We see the Kiwis have been having a bit of a net session over there this afternoon, and they've just finished their net session. They pulled up to watch the second half of this game and get a look at who they're playing tomorrow and develop some tactics. And what are your impressions here of Percy Ravenel and his batting? It's been very impressive, hasn't it?
Yeah, very aggressive. It's good. Hasn't been letting the deliveries go. Authority. Very good.
I believe Perce is the unofficial mayor of Bathurst. We need to find out a little bit more about that, but it's an interesting comment there. But someone's made a comment that looks like our commentary's in front of the game. So now we're probably known as mind readers, are we?
We'll leave that one for you. Definitely.
Anyway, maybe if someone can let us know if the commentary's lining up, we'll try and give you a ball by ball description over the next few overs, and you could put some comments there. We'll know whether we need to make some tweaks at our end, and if so, we'll try and line up. So we see Brad Perdue coming in off the long run. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Bowls marks me, who eases the ball out into the cover region. So we'll try and keep that commentary up so you can do the next ball, Damien.
Like I said, well stopped anyway. Finally, got my leg inside the ring there. Flick back the first slip.
So what have you been doing since you left the commentary box, mate? Have you been out there networking, trying to find a job, or we still have to keep advertising here on SOC TV to try and get you a job so that we can keep you playing veterans cricket?
That'd be a great start. Yeah, I just went for a walk around, got a good perspective of the oval. You see a lot more from ground level. Nice lake cut there. Yeah, just walked around, had a great look at everything, watched the Kiwis. They're looking pretty sharp. I think they're liking the warmer weather. There's no jumpers there for sure. Quicker ball. I think that'll be a buy. Got a tickle on it. No, leg by, yeah. One more total. Ones aren't going to be doing it. They need to bat the overs out, number one, to push the strain. So they'll doing really well.
Yes, and another forward defensive shot, and that's the completion of the Brad Perdue fourth over. He now has 1 for 19 off his 4 overs, and I believe that Percy Ravenel is the unofficial mayor of Bathurst because everybody loves him. And the feedback from Steve Jennings when he was up here in the commentary box was that he's definitely the life of the team and life of the party, and he just keeps going. He's like an ever-ready battery and never stops. So obviously Perce is a very well-liked person in Bathurst, and very much an integral part of this Australian over 50s Aboriginal team.
Good. Spirits will be high, even though they're back to the wall. They're chasing victory. They won't give up. Tactical move here. We've got change of bowler. John Short coming in.
One of your good mates. And he's been a leading wicket taker in veterans cricket in all games that he plays, and very innocuous type of bowler, but seems to consistently take wickets. What's your view on Shorty's bowling? And there's probably an opportunity where you could probably bag him or get a few brownie points depending on which way you need to go, mate, as far as getting some free gear from EV2 Sportswear.
Yeah, well, vice captain of their team, so I don't think I could bag him too much. But he doesn't have any jobs going at the moment, so I might just find this a bit fun. You just probably got to watch out for the slower ball. Yeah, everyone's saying everything's slow, but he's really got an absolute slow ball. He might struggle knocking the bales off. But he will be moving it away nicely here. I want to cover outside the circle by about 10 metres to that flashy. Pitch it up, flashy drive. It'll get a thick outside edge. John has got this ability to just control the game really well and pin the batsman down, and then next minute he's out. Not like that. Well done. Kiss of death put on him, don't you think?
Yeah, commentators cursed Meekie. So, Shorty, you can blame Meekie for that short, rank delivery outside off stump, and Hurst didn't capitalise that. There was an opportunity there to smash that to the point boundary, but Shorty's probably a bit stiff, and there's that slower ball. Is that the slower ball? Flashed over the top of third slip. It's gone down to the boundary line. Giz will pick that ball up. 5 metres inside and a relay throw. And 2 to Hurst's score. It goes along to 25 now from 24 deliveries.
You won't get many coming here to a short.
I'm just going to hand you the mic and you can continue commentating. I've just got a couple of things. I've got a
Oh, dropped the first slip. Creates opportunities, he does. He's got to stay focused. Unlucky, Shorty. Well bowled. Sharp chance at first. Goes through and over very quickly, John Short. Everybody's ready. Yep. Great over, John Short. Well done. $19. Everything's flying off. Purdue still bowling from this end, correct? Back on the right, go for it. Up.
Thanks for covering me. And no, I wasn't going for a toilet break. I was organising a credit card to go and get the drinks for the boys at the end of the game. And it's for the boys, not for you. Although you've helped out here today, so you can probably have a quiet coldie at the end as well. Interesting field positionings now. They're right on top. It's not like they need to protect the boundaries, but we've got a deep mid wicket, long on, and fairly straightish mid off as we see Peirce cut the ball away to the point boundary, and that races away for 4. Magnificent shot, and that takes him to 30 now. And out of that 30, Meekie, he's hit 6 boundaries.
Good. And that there, he really hit the force. The ball wasn't quick. It just floated up on the breeze, but it obviously came back. John Short goes there at backward point.
And we see that ball deflected down to fine leg for a single, and it's off the bat. So the rest of the field, we've got slip. We've got 2 fairly tight in at point. One right on point and one backward point, and a mid off. There's that cut shot
again from Marksme this time. We have a straight mid off and a mid on the boundary, long on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and an interesting one down at fine leg on the boundary. Must be there to get that ball at the inside edge. We see Phil Puller coming in off the boundary line to pick the ball up. I'm not sure that he needs to be that deep down at fine leg, but maybe he's there for that quicker ball that Brad does bowl and goes a long way. And so if anything gets on it, there again, they're looking to continue taking wickets. And we see a drop catch by Brad Perdue there. Tough chance, that one. It was hit very hard back, straight down the ground. And look, Brad Perdue did an excellent job probably to get a hand on that, Mickey.
Looks like he saved the umpire's life. It'd be great if we'd probably get man of the match. Spirit of Cricket Award from the umpire, saving him. Great effort. Pop up a bit. When he found it again, it was already something like a bit of excitement.
No. And that's the completion of Brad's fifth over. 1 for 25. Got Marksme on 14. Percy Raveneau, 31. 30 deliveries. John Short back again. We've got Damien Meek sitting here in the commentary box with myself, Anthony Telfer, live from Jack Lancaster Oval, number 3, Harrup Park, here in Mackay, Queensland. And Shorty bowls that ball outside off stump. Full, and fortunately Mark couldn't get anything on that. But you were talking about field placings, Damien. What are your thoughts there?
I think it has to come back a little bit. The wind here will make it go over their heads. Oh, outside off stump. I'll take him by the keeper. Yeah, Shorty bowls pretty slow. If the breeze gets hold of it, it'll just fall over the backs of their heads. It should be back just a little deeper, I think.
And you talking about where? Are you talking the ring field, or are you talking the guys in the slips and gully?
Especially the gully point and cover.
That breeze is obviously aiding John Short's outswinger at the moment because a lot of play and misses so far in this over. Very tidy start to his spell. First time he's represented Australia in the over 55's. And another play and a miss. So just that length that's not sure whether to go forward or play the cut shot. Obviously, it stayed a little bit low as well. Go over slipper gully, a backward point, cover mid off, deep cover boundary, short ball, and see that ball was pulled out to mid wicket, and it really sat up in that breeze, and quite difficult to hit balls to that left hand side of the ground with the breeze blowing straight into our face here. But another run to Marksme. Him to 15. Down to mid on for no run, and that's a completion of John Short's second over. Having done 5.
The way John does it. Frustrates you almost. Tried to hit it against the breeze there to wicket in the air, but it just sort of didn't go anywhere. That's John's strength by bowling so slow. Change of bowling here. Richie Santa gets skipper. I'll have a go at this, he says. Pull mid on up. No, mid off is up. Mid on back. Right near the gate. Over and get the ball in.
So the Australian over 55's team is chock full of bowlers. I think I think it might have been Neil Grice telling us that they had 4 mediums and they also had 4 guys that can bowl spins. So got Richie Saniga here bowling his mediums, and that's down the leg side for wides, and that's going to race away to the boundary for 4. So handy runs there to the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team. Takes them now to 5 for 86. So a great partnership being put together by these two. Don't know if there's a current partnership somewhere there, up there. NV play. I'll get forced to see if he can help us, but he can't spot anything. So these two are doing a great job here, as we see a wide delivery there from Richie and a well taken there by Paul Ryan behind the stumps. So the radar's just a little bit astray here at the moment for skipper Saniga. As we see a leg by down to fine leg off the thigh pad of Mark Smee. So Richie's really struggling here with the RJR ball and with this breeze at the moment. So hopefully he can get that radar. And I've been told that this partnership has put on 51, Damien. So these two are doing an excellent job here. As we see a play and a miss outside off stump by Percy. And yeah, they batted very well together. Done exactly what's needed to obviously make this score respectable. I'd say the game's beyond them now, but at least to have a respectable score is what they'll be looking to achieve. And we see a fantastic drive to cover and a misfield there. Great effort there by, I think it was Brad Perdue out there. And it was Brad, and it's raced away to the cover boundary for 4 runs. So another magnificently timed shot there by Percy Ravenel. And he's batting exceptionally well, Damien.
Absolutely. That was great. Put it on where he needed to be. The batsman decided Ricey had to run all the way over and get that tickets. And again,
And another exactly the same carbon copy shot along the ground, smashed to the deep cover boundary for 4 runs. So Percy Ravenel's raced to 39, and out of the 39, he's hit 8 fours. So I think he only knows one way, mate, and that's smash the ball to the boundary. And it's been an exceptional innings here, and exactly what the doctor has ordered from the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team.
exactly. It's good to see. He's not giving up. And if he bats really well, he can also make the total look very respectable.
So an expensive first over here so far by Richie with a lot of wideish deliveries as 4 down to the boundary for wides and those 2 magnificent cover drives for 4 by Percy Ravenel. Last ball of the over, and it's let go outside the off stump. Good take there by Paul Ryan. Sees the completion of Richie's first over, an expensive one to start with 14 runs from that over. So great innings there by, or great knock there so far by Percy Ravenel, and you can see the run rate comparison between the two there. So we've seen an upward curve from that over with 14 off it. So no, not giving up here. They've still got a lot of work to do, and we need to see these two probably bat for another 10 overs and double their partnership, which is currently probably up around 65, I would say, with 14 off that over.
Record partnership.
So we see John Short again, and it's dropped. Dropped there by Graham Crawford in the gully. Set up nicely, outside edge, perfect catching height there. And unfortunately, Graham Crawford's put that down. Simple chance there, and could have been John Short's first wicket there. We see the ball hit down the ground to mid-on, so Crawford would be disappointed with that. drop opportunity. There's a lot more chat there, and obviously this partnership's got the Aussie boys with a little bit of more chat. That's left to go through to the keeper there. So I hope you're enjoying these pictures from sunny, windy Mackay, northern Queensland. Australian over 55s taking on the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team in the first of this. And that ball has been hit high into the air. And a good catch there taken by Neil Grice. And that sees the dismissal of Mark Smee. Made 15, and that sees that partnership come to an end, unfortunately. And it held up in the breeze there. And in the end was a difficult catch from Neil Grice. It went straight up into the breeze, looking into the sun, and caught it, I guess, low down as it was probably being held up in that breeze, Damien.
Exactly. Covered his eyes for a little bit, thought, oh, and then it started to drift away from him. But great catch in the end. Games. Relatively comfortably.
Yes, it made probably a hard catch look easy in the end. And obviously the big hands of Neil Grice clutched around that pink RJR ball, and that's the 6th wicket now for the Australian over 50s with the demise of Mark Smee, and 6 for 96, and we see William Moggs come out to bat, and you've seen him play a little bit, Meekie. I think he was in your EV2 team in the Spirit of Cricket T20 comp in Mildura back in September, so you've probably got a bit to tell us about his batting.
Yes, the ball could go anywhere. We're all looking at the TV right now and having a look at Moggsy's bat. I don't know what's older, him or the bat.
Holy hell. Is that black tape wrapped around it, holding it together? Like electrical tape, it looks like nearly.
Yeah, it's like the same tape you put on your arm if somebody passes. So I don't know how many people pass, but a lot of tape on that.
That's classic cricket stuff, isn't it, hey? Just means that he's been playing cricket for a long time, and that bat's an old faithful, and he'll continue to use it. So good on you, William Moggs. Brilliant display of fielding today in the first innings. In close and in short, diving and boundary riding later on, and he works that way round the corner to fine leg. There's no one down there. That may race away to the boundary, but it's going to be pulled up just inside, and well chased there by Jed Mensforth. Saved a couple of runs there, pulled it up probably within inches of the boundary line. So great chase by Jed there. Interesting shot there from William Moggs.
The way he plays. Very good. This will be great. Good matchup. Go absolute anywhere. See? Yeah, you won't die wondering. Moggsy will do his best here to make the score very respectable of very little balls.
So where does Moggsy come from? He's obviously a Queenslander, is he? Not sure. He's a Brisbane boy. There you go. I've been told he plays for Redlands Logan, and Mickey's got no idea. So he's a teammate. He's a teammate, and obviously hasn't had a chat with him to say, hey, Moggsy, where are you from? So Redlands Logan in Brisbane, mate, all right? You'll probably get to play against him in Division 1 for Brisbane, mate.
Yes. There's a story why you don't have too many conversations with Moggsy. You can't understand him. So when we were in Mildura, when we were in Mildura, Stuart Little had a couple of beers, and we asked Moggsy to decipher Stuart Little because he had so many we couldn't understand him, but we could understand Moggsy.
Need to be careful about giving secrets away about tours. When you're on tour, it stays on tour.
Correct. But everybody knows that.
First time I've heard it, but I was too busy running the tournament. As we see Perth hit the ball down to long on for one run, and we'll change that subject and move on to what's more important. That's this game of cricket, and Billy Moggs out there in the middle with his taped up
electrical tape cricket bat that he loves and adores, and we're really looking forward to it. So the current score is 6 for 99, so they're about to clock up their 100, and if you stay tuned, you might see some exciting batting here from Billy Moggs as he lets the ball go outside off stump, and Richard Saniger is starting his second over now, so hopefully he can find that radar this time and keep everything on track.
Yeah, a lot better ball. And an even better one. Looked like it came back a bit. Up.
Yes. And the ball hit out towards the boundary line. It'll probably be pulled up just inside, but no, it's raced. What magnificent timing from that bat that's covered in electrical tape. It raced away to the cover boundary over there and gave no chance. There was a guy 3/4 off the boundary line and he had no chance. Magnificent shot there by Billy Moggs. Great batting, mate. And stay tuned. You're going to be definitely entertained, and Mickey's all over it. Some of the shots he's played already have been absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely. No wonder that takes up a lot of love. That was a great shot. It's like an old Duncan. Hard to tell from back here. Leg for a single. Scores 100.
104, Damien. Maybe you need to put your glasses on, mate.
Who said that?
Well, I've got my glasses on and I can only just read it, but that's just a sign that I'm over 60 now.
Birthday.
That sees the end of the over from Richard Saniger, and the current score 6 for 104. There's the worm. The comparison at the same stage, probably 20 odd runs difference, maybe a bit more. We see Percy Raveneau doing the job for the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team, currently sitting on 40, and let's hope that he can clock up his first 50 representing his culture and his team and doing it for the boys and getting some respectability in that scoreboard, and they're currently working on that now. They were in a lot of trouble early on, but that last partnership of 50 odd between, actually it was 60 odd between Mark Smee and Percy did the job, and fantastic shot there by Billy Moggs, straight down the ground, along the carpet again for another 4. I tell you what, Miki, I'm going to have to go and have a look at this bat after the game just to have a close look at it, but maybe he's got that electrical tape on there for a reason, because there's something under there that's making the ball ping to the boundary like it is.
Much loved bat, I think. I think he was using it as support for the jack when he had a flat tire. But it's handy. Railway slip. Billy could lift
So a couple of changes to the field here. We put the mid on. Shorty's putting a mid on back on the boundary at long on. We've got a deep cover, so there's that slower ball. And there's going to be a quick single here out to mid off. And brilliant piece of fielding there. Don't know who that is. It's a long way away, but it could be Phil Puller, I think, down there at mid off. Looks like his stomach, doesn't it, Miki?
comment.
Thanks for your support. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying this commentary here from both Damien and myself. We're trying to keep you entertained, but I'll tell you who's entertaining us at the moment. Out in the middle of these two fine batsmen for the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team. And brilliant piece of fielding there by Richard Saniger at short cover. Probably saved maybe one deep cover out on the boundary, but a great shot there by Perce. I'm really enjoying watching this batting. Copy and paste, repeat. Would you like a bottle of water, Damien? It's getting a little bit croaky in your voice now. Probably nearly come to the end of your commentary stint. And tempted ball there outside off stump, a lot slower, and Percy let that go through to keeper Ryan. But crafty bowling here by John Short at the Jack Lancaster Oval here in Mackay, part of the Harrup Park complex. Magnificent conditions here. The only thing that's probably put a spanner in the works as we see a Percy go over mid-wicket for 4 runs. The only thing degrading about this at the moment is the wind that's blowing in our face, but everything else is absolutely perfect. And a brilliant shot there by Percy Rabineau. Takes his score to 44 from just 42 deliveries. And let's put this innings in perspective. He's hit 9 fours, Damien.
Especially that one. That was into that breeze. It just never looked like not hitting. Fantastic.
So the current score for the Aboriginal over 50s are 6 for 113 at the completion of 25 overs. So 20 overs to go. Current run rate is 4.5. And the run rate required is getting up to nearly 8 and over as we see Richard Staniger deliver his first delivery of his third over. The ball's eased out to, I guess we could call it a extra cover. Full toss there is hit down to mid-off for a single by Billy Moggs. So here's a question for you, Horse. Billy playing Div 1 for Redlands Logan in the Queensland comp? I believe he is, so quite a delivery there and probably a little bit quicker there from Richard Staniger and squirted out there by Billy. And no run. And a drop catch there at first slip by Jed Mensforth, I think you'll find. So a chance there for Perce, currently on 44. Yeah, I think there's at least 3 catches now been dropped by the over 55s. I think one was off a no ball. Oh, there might have been 4 or 5. There was the ball down to long on for a single. There's been a couple of catches dropped in the slips. There's been a catch at gully drop. 2 catches in the gully drop, one by Croft and one by Fuller. So need to work on their fielding between now and the next game, and that stays low outside off stump, and that's the end of the Richard Staniger third over. A lot better over there, and unfortunately an opportunity gone begging there at first slip. So 6 for 115. Yeah. The card for the game, and the current run rate now is above 8 and over. So things are going to start to blow out very quickly here for the Aboriginal over 50s team. So they'll need to keep pushing hard, otherwise it'll just become really tough at the end of it. But probably the critical number is number 6, isn't it, Damien?
Absolutely. Still see John bowling. Yeah. Everything's still the same. He's only got a couple more to get to 50. 40.
And I see that Giz has been put a little bit deeper back there at backward point. And that's hit down the ground to mid-off. Very well fielded down there by, can't see who that is, but I think it's probably Phil Puller down there. Brilliant piece of fielding, no run. But I'm going to be looking for a slower ball here outside off stump that's going to go straight up in the air and be caught by Craig Gislingham here. And there it is. Geez, I tell you what, and that's called a wide. Anyone would think I played a bit of cricket. Nearly pulled it off in one ball, hey? That's not too bad. But anyway, great bowling here by Shorty and great attacking cricket by Captain Richard Staniger. We see the delivery thrown up again by Shorty, but hit out to, I guess we would call that an extra cover on the ring at 30 metres. I think that's Richard Staniger out there, assuming. a wider delivery there, come off the bottom of the bat of Percy's bat, but good over here so far by John Short, tying them up, not getting them any opportunity to punish the ball to the boundary. And very well bowled and very well played there by Perce. So beers are sorted for after game, Damien, so I'll let you have one.
Thank you. Reverse, well stopped. First slip, great dive. Was well struck.
Was that a catch or did he hit it straight into the ground?
Hit it straight.
Okay. So, completion of another short over. And he's now bowled 5 overs and taken one for 17. Or is it none for 17? 1 for 17. So we've got international viewers. We've got Kevin Mason tuning in from Thailand. It'd be great to know if there's anyone else internationally tuning in to us today. I know once we get the Kiwis playing, we'll get all of the Kiwis following us. But if you're tuning in, maybe drop us a note in the live chat. We've got 54 people currently watching, so that's fantastic. And we're really looking forward to, I think there's about 11,000 views that we've had over the course of the day. Sorry, 1,100. Sorry, 11,000. Just getting a little bit ahead of myself, Damien.
Oh, there's beers going. All those enjoying the afternoon. Well taken. Bit quicker, shorter ball. Goes. Gislingham drops it there. Moved. Seemed to dip. He sort of had it covered. He thought it was going to come to his waist, but look at that. The let off. I wonder how many catches that. I bet you could throw him a beer this afternoon. He looks a bit disappointed. He had it covered. And all of a sudden, just sort of get. It was a big miss hit. Not like that. That was drilled straight to mid off. Good tight over this. Will definitely force it. Both batsmen were very comfortable.
I think that's going to be 4-leg buys. So that's probably going to keep the run rate required under 9. So it's 8.7. That's getting up each over, but a good over there. We think, just did a quick calculation while you were commentating there, Damien. We think that there's been 8 catches dropped today. 7 or 8 catches we got to, and that's a disappointing performance by an elite over 55's team for Australia. So they're going to have to work on their fielding throughout this tournament to ensure that they get to that pointy end of the tournament where there's the final at the end. So obviously the batting today from Matthew Drain, you got to see him bat. That was an exceptional innings by a class player today.
Really good. Only gave him one chance. About it. Other than that, the ball always hit well. Went exactly where he wanted it to go. You're right. I think the only thing that take a bit of shine off this performance is the drop catches. Something they can work on. Every team has to work on something. Another unconventional shot by Mogsy. One bounce over the fence ball. Out through the gate. Big chase.
And yeah, John Short will be disappointed with that delivery. Obviously, teammates of EV2 in the T20 franchise competition. And have a look at Gricey. He might as well go to the pub from there. He's gone another probably 40 or 50 metres through the gate to retrieve the ball. So we'll pick you up on the way home if you like, Gricey. So a good shot there by Billy Moggs. He now goes to 18. 3 boundaries. We've got Percy Ravenov, 45. Well, so pushed out to cover for a quick single. Bit of hesitation, making sure that it beat the inner ring fielder there of Dominic Cognali, but well worked there by Billy Moggs for a single. Takes the score to 126 for 6. Halfway through the 29th over. And that's thrown up, and that's whacked away to the boundary for 4. No chance there for Gricey out there on the boundary line. And that takes Percy to 49 now. So 1 away from his first 50 representing the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team. So it's been an absolutely amazing knock here today and put a lot of respectability into the scorebook for the team. Defensive shot there. So the Mayor of Bathurst sitting on 49. Let's hope that we can get Percy across the line.
It'll be a public holiday if he gets 100. So watch all of Bathurst. It'll be bigger than Bathurst 1000.
So short into Percy. And he goes bang straight down the ground for 4. What a shot to bring up your 50, mate. Well done to Percy Ravenov for his inaugural 50. And here we go. Have a look at him. If we could zoom in, I don't know what he's doing. Looks like he wants a beer and a smoke. Fantastic, mate. Well done to you. Be proud of what you've just achieved, mate. And great recognition from the Aussie boys celebrating with Percy for his first 50. Fantastic batting. And he brings up his 11th boundary in 53. So exceptional batting here today, and it's been an absolutely brilliant knock to witness. And we thought Matty Drain's innings was fantastic. This has been more than fantastic. It's been entertaining and exactly what the audience has been wanting to watch. So we've got a half-day holiday in Bathurst next week. Let's see if we can get a full day's holiday and get him across the line to get a ton.
Oh, no. Umpire crossing his arms.
Oh no, I love that comment. Oh no. Obviously, I don't know what it was. Was it down the leg side? Why was that not out? It looked pretty close.
Wasn't hitting. Pretty good. It's nice. Flamboyant shot
So 6 for 134. Richard Saniga bowling, captain of the Australian over 55's team. And forward defensive shot with that electrical tape. It's just rebounded out to short cover, but landed between both the bowler and the fieldsman. So lucky for Billy Moggs there. He said, bugger this, give away that defensive shot. I'll play a dirty cross-batted slog and try and get it out to the mid-wicket boundary. But a little bit of a miss hit. Matthew Drain sitting on the boundary line out there, just chilling out, relaxing. Hasn't had to do a lot. You're right, Damien.
the gate open for the groundsman. Really enjoying the partnership here. This is good. Great bat. over. Well done.
So 6 for 134, the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team, and we'll have a quick drinks break. The completion of the 30th over. We've got Percy Raveneau just recently completed his first 50 for the team. He's on 53, and we've got Billy Moggs, who's not out at the other end, on 19 from just 23 deliveries. So we'll have a quick break, and then we'll come back for the final 15 overs of this innings of the Australian Aboriginal over 50 team. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, coming live from Harrup Park, the Jack Lancaster Oval, which is the number 3 oval here at Harrup Park in Mackay in Queensland in Australia. We've got the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team taking on the Australian over 55's team. And we're seeing a great partnership currently being put together by Percy Raveneau, who just recently hit 53, and he's hit 11 boundaries and has been most entertaining. And we've got Billy Moggs at the other end supporting him very well on 19. And we're joined in the commentary box by Alan Bagur, who opened the innings and made a very respectable 17 before being brilliantly caught down low by Richie Saniga. Al, welcome to the commentary box, mate.
Good afternoon, Telf. And yeah, it's a A great day to be here, mate. The first Australian Aboriginal over 50 side, and look, we're only about 16 behind where the 55's were at 30 overs. So, mate, we're not out of this at all.
No, and there we see another ball hit away to the boundary line. It's going to race away for 4, even though it was well chased there by, I think that's Graham Crawford there. So another boundary to Percy. Percy Ravenel is batting absolutely brilliantly. I think that's his 12th boundary that he's hit.
He is. Well, look, he's doing what we're supposed to do, mate. I mean, wait for the bad ball, hit the bad ball. On this ground, it's a superb ground, and if it gets past the fielder, it goes for 4. So, I mean, Percy's doing exactly what needs to be done at the moment. Wait for the bad ball, hit that, take 4 for it, and just move on to the next one.
And I've been told that Percy's probably one of the characters in the team. Your experiences with Percy since you first met him, I don't know if you've come across him before, but I believe he's definitely one of the most enjoyable players in the team.
He is, mate. A great sense of humour, Percy. I know his brother Les particularly well, played with him at Wide Bay. But Percy, yeah, a great character.
As we see him work the ball down to third man again and fielded by Croft down there on the boundary for a single. So he now moves on to 58 from just 59 deliveries. So been a great experience, not just for everyone that's watching, but for the guys that are playing in both these teams today. Pretty special night last night for you, mate. I got the opportunity to present your baggy green, mate, and I tell you what, I'm not going to say I had a... Oh, look at that for a shot there by Billy Moggs, straight out to the point boundary for 4, along the carpet all the way. What a brilliant shot, Al.
Yeah, no, that was great. And look, boys are doing exactly what needs to do. Hit the bad ball. I mean, I think we're getting up towards 9 and over that we need now. But I mean, we've got 9 off this over so far. A couple of balls to go. But last night was very special, Telf, and certainly appreciated you giving me my cap. And as well again here, looks like it's going to be a leg bye down to backward square, and the boys will go through for 1. But last night was very special. Probably that's the third cap presentation I've been part of, a 50s, 60s, and now the Aboriginal over 50s. And that's the best one that I've been to. I mean, everybody got up, told their story, where they'd come from, why they were there, and it was really, really special.
Yeah, it was. And what was quite amazing, and I didn't stay for the whole night because I had things to do, but the respect shown by the people, listening to the people who are telling their story and sharing their journey, one with their culture and obviously their cricket journey and what being a part of this tournament meant was just so emotional and so special. And I actually think there was a moment there where you might have had a tear in your eye and a bit of a lump in your throat as well, mate. So it really, it had an impact on me, not just from presenting, but just listening to you talk about, your past.
Look, I did, mate, and that's just one of the things. But the thing is, anytime you pull a baggy green on, anytime you get presented with a baggy green, I mean, it's special. I mean, we all start our cricket careers in our backyards and all the rest of it. One of the things that we want to do is to actually pull on a baggy green at some stage. Some people do it in their 20s. The rest of us have to wait a bit longer. But if you keep playing and you're a half-handy cricketer, you'll eventually get there. And that's all it is. It's just that baggy green on, the stories that go with it, and it's so fantastic to get out there and play.
Exactly right. And, my ambition is still to get a baggy green, and I've just been told there's going to be an over 80s tournament, so there's hope for me yet. If I'm still playing then, I reckon I'm half a chance.
Mate, look, you've got 60s to go yet as well. I mean, look, there's a chance for everybody. You just keep playing. You just keep practicing, and, you'll get there.
We see a change of bowling here, and you asked about that run rate, and you talked about how far you were behind the over 55's team, but the current situation is 126 from 84 delivery. So it's starting to tighten up a little bit. And if these two can stay there for another 10 overs and keep this run rate going where they currently sit, there's no reason why you guys can't get across the line.
Look, we're still in this game. I mean, if Percy does what Matty Drain did this morning, and that 100 that he scored today was spectacular, actually, just absolutely perfect. Here's comes the bowl again. This one here is hit back out to backward square. They'll go through for a single. But if Percy can do that, get himself through to 100, then look, we're in this game. I mean, we're only 6 wickets down, and anything can happen in cricket, as we well know.
Exactly right. And we see he's currently bowling his 6th over, and he was the main destroyer early on. And there's a close chance for an LBW appeal, and Giz is probably a little bit disappointed there. He got a bit excited, the big fella, but obviously umpire Collins decided that was missing the stumps and maybe going either down the leg side or doing something we can't tell from this angle, Earl.
No, that's right. Look, Giz is doing what all nice medium slow bowlers do. There is another boundary to backward square there. Nice sweep shot by Purse. But Giz has just put the ball on length all day. He hasn't bowled short, and he's just letting the ball drift in. It's just an arm ball. That's all he's doing. I think he bowled a couple of offies to me. But other than that, he's just letting the ball drift in. And the trouble early on, the guys were trying to cut that ball that was trying to drift in. They got a couple of inside edges onto the stumps, which didn't help us early.
No, definitely made this run chase quite difficult with that early pressure from losing those wickets. But tell you what, Percy and Billy are doing a fantastic job as we speak. And, Harrup partnership, I think, between these two is a 53, so that boundary brought up the 50-run partnership between the two. So for 149 currently. We see the ball hit out to deep cover, and you can already see a change in the way the Australian 55's are going. There's, what do we got? 5 on the boundary, which obviously they're allowed. So looking to protect the boundaries now. That's the first time since the drinks break that we've actually seen such a defensive field set by the Australians. So they're a little bit worried here, and be a great result if you guys can get across the line. You know, I've been calling, you know, just get some respect in the scoreboard, but you've now more than done that. You're now back in the game. So stay tuned, folks. We're in for an exciting finish here with, what have we got? We've got 13 overs remaining. So looking forward to the last 13 overs, Alan.
Look, these guys can stay here, go deep into this 13, probably 10 of them. I mean, if we're only 6 down with still 4 or 5 overs to go, I mean, we're in with a good show here. So, Percy's hitting the ball extremely well, doing what needs to be done, hit the bad ball, and here we go again. And Percy just snicked that back down off an inside edge, back down to fine leg. It's not going to run for 4, but they'll get 2 out of it. So, there's another 2 there. We just keep this run rate ticking over. That's all we need to do at the moment. Just keep it ticking over, and we'll get closer than what we might have thought we'd done 8 or 10 overs ago.
Exactly right, Al. Obviously, we've got Neil Grice bowling at the moment. So they've gone back to the 2 opening bowlers here, looking to see a half-hearted appeals, probably bat on ground there, but they've gone back to their opening bowlers that did the damage early on and obviously restricted the scoring and took those wickets. So be interesting to see how these 2 guys go up against Neil Grice, who's bowled exceptionally well. And first, don't do anything different, mate. Play your game. Currently, he's 65 from 68 deliveries with 13 fours. It's been an absolutely magical knock.
No, he's done really well, and Grice has gone back to doing what he was doing this morning, at the beginning of the innings, just bowling at about 5 or 6 wide, and you're having to actually throw the bat at it to try and get the bat on it. So, bit of luck, Purse will hang around here and keep this score rate going, mate.
And your innings, Al, today, I think you said you got 17. How did you find it early on? Was there a lot of movement out there with the breeze and the RJR ball?
There actually wasn't, which was a bit surprising, as Percy's just, and it's been dropped. It's actually Mogsy. It's been dropped at backward deep backward point. They've taken a single. A little bit of a mix-up in the calling there, but 1 for that. It was dropped down here.
Dropped by Graham Crawford down on the boundary. So I'm going to have a guess and say that's his 3rd catch that he's dropped. And it was a tough catch, though. It flew very similar to the catch that was dropped down on the boundary by Johnny Jewis that smashed into his jaw. But, it flew down to the deep third man boundary and he had to dive forward. So a difficult chance there as we see another ball worked by Percy down to third man and picked up for a single. What were we talking about, Al? They got a bit
Just
excited there.
the bowling this morning, the bowling at the beginning. I mean, Gracie moved the ball a little bit off the wicket. It wasn't too difficult, though. The wicket didn't do anything silly. It's nice and hard, on the front foot, just play through the line of the ball. And I think one of the things that we didn't do early on, we need to play the V early in the inning. And look, I thought I was a bit unlucky to hit that one pretty hard, pretty well to cover. And I was hitting the ball quite well. I was quite happy with how I was batting, but he picked it up about an inch and a half off the ground, and they gave me out. So what you do is get on your bike and head towards the pavilion.
So were you sure that he clearly caught it?
I wasn't. I didn't know whether he did or he didn't. But the umpire said, and then I was talking to Dip out here after Dip. I mean, he was at the non-strikers, and he said, yeah, he did get his hands under it. So, but that everyone tells the truth at this level. I mean, there's no point not. We've just got a wicket here, and that's Percy. He is out, bowled by Craig Gislingham, and that's a bit of a blow to us now.
Yeah, well, that's a quicker delivery again that's done the damage all day by Giz, and another wicket falling to that quicker arm ball, and that's his fourth wicket now. But a great innings there by Percy Ravenel, who's run off the boundary and grabbed the Aboriginal flag and wiped his sweat or kissed it or something. But fantastic knock there by Person and definitely kept you guys in the game. But a disappointing end to what was a magnificent innings there. He made 67 from just 71 deliveries with 13 fours, and clearly the knock of the innings so far by your guys. So what batting depth have you got to come, Al, to keep our viewers interested here?
Oh, look, we do bat all the way down to number 11. So, I mean, it's like most of our veteran sides, mate. It doesn't matter whether it's the 50s, 60s, 55's. I mean, there's good batting depth. Everyone can bat. So, look, we just got to keep going. That's 7 wickets down now. What have we got? I think we got 11 or 12 overs left to go. Just keep doing what we're doing. I mean, keep turning the strike over, keep hitting the bad ball to the boundary, and it could get interesting before we're finished.
Yeah, I've talked about that number all day, Al. That number now is 7. So 7 down. It's going to be tough ask from here into the tail. But as you said, you bat down to number 10, I guess, because you potentially could be 8 down. I can't see Matty Lewis coming out, so I've been told that he's not going to bat at all with a suspected fracture or something wrong with his foot, which was unfortunate. Second ball of the tournament. So really you're 8 down now by the sounds of it. So you've really only got 2 in the shed and a big ask from here. But you know what? Billy Moggs is still out there, and Gordon McGurk has just put a post up on our YouTube channel saying that he's a very underrated batsman, and we've seen already today that he's been able to play some quite unique shots and keep that scoreboard ticking over. So let's see what happens as we see Alfie Newman now out in the middle, and he's got away for 1 run, so he's away. So let's see what happens over the next 5 or 6 overs and see what happens.
Look, I mean, early wickets lost. It's always going to make it tough when you're chasing 270. So, look, the boys can just do what they do. Continue on there. And if Gordy's there, listen to the broadcast this afternoon. G'day, Gordon, and thanks for watching, mate. Gislingham again now, this time to Mogsy, and he's just pulled it around a mid-wicket. There's no run.
Now, Moggsy's bat. There's more electrical tape on that cricket bat than my house at home. What's the story behind the bat? Do you know if there's a story?
I actually don't know, as he flat batted this one straight back down to long off, and they're through for a single. I actually don't know, but I'd say it's an old bat, and I imagine it's holding a few bits together on it, mate.
Yeah, we think it's a Duncan Fernley. It looks like it's got the DF symbol on the front of it, which blends in beautifully with the black electrical tape. But some of the shots he's played have been absolutely divine today. The timing and the power that the ball races to the boundary have been amazing.
time, and it's just hit out to point, and there's no run.
So we've got 60 people watching at the moment, Al, and you mentioned Gordon McGurk there. I'm wondering if Paul Stenhouse, Aussie #1 for the 50s, is still watching, or have we put him to sleep? Maybe he could put up a little post. He's obviously had his knee reconstruction. Was it 1 or 2? I can't remember, but 2 apparently from horse. So hopefully you're still watching, Stanny, and enjoying the vision here on the big screen at home, and you're resting up, because I'm coming up to Queensland again to have another game with you, and hopefully we can have a bit of fun and play a game with 90. So hopefully you're enjoying what we're doing as we see Neil Grice continuing, as I've called it all day, the downhill with the breeze easy end for the fast bowlers.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, as a bowler, why wouldn't you bowl from that? And this ball's hit out again, and it's caught at backward point.
Magical catch there from Graham Crawford. I think it's 5th time lucky. He's finally caught one down on the boundary line. It was a magical shot, and he stood a magical shot, and it flew down to the boundary line, and Cross just stood there and taken it, and then raised both hands in the air as we see Billy Moggs' innings come to an end, and he now departs for a very well compiled 26 from just 31 deliveries with 4 fours. So a good knock there by Billy.
Yeah, no, he did well there. And I mean, look, you're chasing runs. I mean, it's going to happen. I mean, you have to chase hard. The ball's a little outside off stump. You've got to take the chance over the top, but it's just straight to him, Simon. And Croft's actually hung on to that one. So 1 out of 5, that's not too bad. And I mean, look, I don't care what anybody says. At over 50s, any catch is hard to take. And, you know, when you take them, that's good. Hang on to them.
And celebrate like Croft did. And obviously all of his teammates gave him the Bronx cheer because he finally caught one. Maybe the reason he dropped them is because he's a Pommy and he doesn't really support Australian cricket. I don't know. But look, well done to you, Croft, for a great catch down there on the boundary. It was a difficult one. It flew quickly to you. But a really good catch, and another great innings by Billy Moggs. So we now see Steve Jennings, who joined us in the commentary box earlier in the day, and he said he was going to go out and slap a few 4s around. So let's hopefully see Steve show us what he can do with the bat, because he did an exceptional job earlier in the day with the new ball, putting a lot of pressure on the Australians and obviously picking up Paul Ryan early on.
Yeah, no, Jano bowled really well this morning, mate. Left arm downwind. Had considerable pace on the ball as well. So he did bowl well. Let's see if he can score a few runs. I mean, it's essentially our last wicket now, so it's going to be tough from here to get to 270.
Yeah, it will be. And 8 for 157, make that 9 for 157. So I think the end is near, but it's been a good fight back by the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team, and we see a forward defensive shot hit out short cover and no run. Let's hope we can get Jeno off the mark here and get him away, and who knows what can happen. Current required rate is probably getting up around 12 and over now. Might not be quite 12, might only be about 11. See, hit the ball out to mid-off for no run. Al, what's on the cards for tonight for your team? Anything planned?
No, we don't have anything planned at the moment. I'm sure we'll have a few drinks and have a bit of a chat about what's happened today. What I'd like to see these two blokes do out here now is actually bat as deep as we can. I mean, it is a tri-series. You know, the more we can keep the Australian over 55s in the field, the better it is for us at the end of the day. I mean, we're not out of it, and you know, we got 3 more games to play before the final. So that's what I'd like to see us do now, is just bat as deep as we can into this 45.
Exactly right. And that's the end of the over, isn't it? Thought they were all coming together because he got out, but so that's the end of the Neil Grice 8th over. Has now 1 for 25
with that first wicket. Well, there you go. We've just got wind that Captain Matt Lewis is padding up, which I don't know, JJ. You're sitting here scoring. Do you think that's the right thing to do? Would you? You would bat? Yep. Okay. Let's hope that when Matty does get out there and bats, that he doesn't do any further damage. Yeah. That's the most important thing, and we know Matt is a class cricketer, and we know what he can do with the bat. And I spoke to him at the break, and he said to me, if we're a chance of winning, I will be going out to bat. So he's obviously still thinking that they're a chance, and you're always a chance when you've got wickets in the shed, and he's the last man in, and he's the captain of the team, and he's going to take one for the team. So good luck to you, Matty, if you get out there. We currently see Giz bowling. We've got Alfie Newman on strike. And he's cut that away towards the boundary. I don't think it'll make it to the boundary. It's a bit shorter out there, and size 12 boot out there on the boundary line by Neil Grice saved a couple of runs.
Yeah, look, Matty's very passionate, mate, and look, he'll come out and bat if he thinks he can do something. He was so disappointed when he heard. I think it's an ankle actually, rather than a foot. This morning there, the second ball. So he'll come out and do his bit, and as we say, hopefully he doesn't hurt it any more than it already is.
Yeah, he told me if he was required, he was going to strap it up, but he's been on ice for a long time. So let's hope that whatever happens, betterment of the team, the ball is squirted out to the deep cover boundary off the back foot there by Alfie. He needs to be careful there, playing off the back foot to Giz with that quicker angling ball that got a lot of wickets throughout the course of the day, with Giz currently leading the wicket takers with 4 for 26. 7.4 overs. A brilliant performance there by Giz today.
Yeah, that's right. As I said earlier, mate, I mean, all he's done is put the ball on a line and a length, and he's let the batsman make mistakes. And he's just getting some nice little in drifts there to the right hand, a little bit of a way to the lefty as he comes in again now to Geno, and it's just played defensively out into the covers. No run. But no, Giz has bowled really well. And I mean, this shows you what you need to do at this level of cricket. If you bowl line and length, let the batsman make mistakes, and you'll get wickets. Bowls again now to Geno, and it's just hit down here to long off. It's going to be picked up by Crawford. Back into the bowler, and they've run through for a single.
Someone called Dom the Sausage has just gone, go Daddy Elf.
Well, I don't know anything about either of them.
Well, Elf is obviously out there batting, and I would say that Dom the Sausage is the son of Elf, so there's a big shout out to Dom the Sausage. I don't know who you are or what you are, but obviously you're a supporter of Alfie Newman, so good on you for having a comment, and we hope that Alfie continues batting out there. He's now currently 4 from just 7 deliveries and batting very well. So job to do. Then that job is 109 now off 54 deliveries, LB.
Yeah, it's a big job from now on. But look, the boys are going to bat as deep as we can here and keep the Aussie boys, the over 55s, in the field as long as we can and make it as hard as we can by the end of the tournament.
That ball is down the leg side. Obviously flicked the pad. So 36 overs gone. 8 for 161.
So if I might just jump up here and go and see if Matty needs a runner. I'll go and see what he's doing there, and then if need be, I'll go out and run for him.
Well, I'm going to assume that whoever gets out will probably stay out there and run for him. But you can do that if you like. I'm more than happy to continue here by myself.
That's actually, you may well be right. I mean, that's probably what'll happen. So I'll let it be as it is.
You just want to get in the game again.
Always want to be in the game, mate, as it's ticked around the corner here. Down to fine leg, and the boys have run through for a single. Gets himself another one there, and another one to the total.
very good. If you want to have a spell, I might actually get Wheels in. He might come and have a chat. He's never short of a word.
Oh, look, I don't mind if Wheels wants to come and have a chat. I did point it out to him a minute ago, and he sort of said no. But if you want to come over, mate, come on.
Well, I think he's thinking about it. Let's see if we can coax him into the commentary box. But it's here we go. We've got some more comments from Dom the Sausage. I don't know who you are, Dom, but anyway, I can't understand what he's saying. So Dom the Sausage, there's another shout out for you. You're obviously a supporter of Elfies. Alfred's gone. Let's go, Elf Senior. So Alfred might be Elf Newman Jr. We see Gricey come in and playing a miss there by Elfie. Good to see a few of the people supporting. Lawrence Jennings has said, smash him, Steve. There you go. So mum and dad's rooting for you. Well done. Thanks for making that comment, and hope you're enjoying our commentary of your son out there in the middle batting for the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team. And a lovely cut shot there by Elfie. Misfield there by Giz at Gully. Picked up by Croft down on the boundary and flicked in for a single. So that's the end of the Neil Grice spell, and his figures 9 overs, 3 maidens, and he took 1 for 27. So well done to you, Grice. You got through your first spell for Australian over 55s, and you can go and put your feet up for a well-earned rest and enjoy that cold beer and that rehab in the pool later on.
Yeah, no, look, Gricey bowled well today, mate. He bowled well early. 27 off 9. I mean, there's nothing, no disgrace in any of that. It's bowled nice and tight.
And we've had a comment here from Graham Crawford's son, Liam. He's said, don't worry, Telf. Me and Roman will give Dad some grief for all those drop catches. So we're not sure if it's 5 catches that Crawford's had today, but the family's watching you from Adelaide, Crawf. And he's down here on the boundary. I don't know if he can hear me, but I think he said he can hear me. So you'll be able to play back all the replays tonight, Crawf. Anyway, hope everyone's enjoying our commentary and obviously the live stream here from Harrup Park. Probably be my shout tonight for Crawfy. And there's a snick down to the boundary. That's racing away. You know, that might go. It's downhill there, although Jed's chased the boundary and picked it up just inside. So a couple of runs there to Steve Jennings. He's gone to 4 from 11.
Yeah, look, again, I mean, you know, let's just stay in the field here, guys. Let's score and run. Keep the Aussie boys in the field as long as we can. So, yeah, and Giz has bowled really well here today. Bowls again, you know. Full toss this time. Let's just hit out the deep wicket. Just underarm back in, and the boys run through for a single.
And Liam is actually watching from England, so that's another international viewer. So that's fantastic exposure for the game here. We've got people in Thailand, no doubt there's some Kiwis out there watching. See, playing a miss by Elfie. So Surrey, England is where Liam Crawford is watching. So shout out to you, Liam. Thanks for tuning in. Be nice and early over there, and hope you've enjoyed the coverage today and hope you've been proud of what Dad's been able to achieve today.
Yes, look, mate, I mean, as we say, I mean, Crawford might have dropped a couple of catches, but they're never easy once you're over 50, and he's staying in the game, and he's picked up one good one, and he's doing the best that he can.
And the one that he caught, we didn't actually catch on camera, so that's a little bit unfortunate for Crawford. So we'll have a highlights package for him later on, so he can go back and have a look at those catches that he put down. As we see Steve Jennings squirt the ball out just in front of point for no run, and that's the end of Giz's over and his spell. What a magnificent spell of bowling Giz done today. 9 overs, 4 wickets, 2 maidens, 31 runs. Fantastic work, Giz. Be proud of your performance today out there in the field, big fella.
Yeah, he's bowled extremely well, and he's got rewarded for it. He's just thrown the ball up in the right length, in the right line, and the batsmen have made the mistakes. essentially what it's come down to.
Yes, we see another bowling change, forced bowling change with Gricey finishing off. He's bowled his 9 overs, so we've got John Stevens. Oh no, we've got, looks like we've got Richie Saniga bowling. So the skipper's going to finish off here, I would say, and have another stint at the bowling crease. He currently has bowled 5 overs and taken none for 23. First over was a little bit rusty, but he's come back well from there. And that's a wicket first ball. So unfortunately for Alfie, he's on his way. And now we're going to see Matty Lewis come out. He's going to hobble out. I don't know what he's going to be able to achieve, but as we know, he's very passionate and very dedicated. We've got Billy Moggs padded up, so he's going. You could have padded up, Al. You could have come out and run, but Matty's going to come out on one leg and give it his best shot.
Younger than me, mate, so they might as well run around instead of me.
Yeah, and you'll see Matt come to the crease in a minute, and you'll see that he's pretty restricted in his movements. But it's another Nathan Lyon moment here, and you may remember Nathan Lyon in the Ashes in England where he came out and hobbled. I would say that Matty's in a similar situation, although it's not his calf, it's his ankle and foot. We're not sure, and as he comes into screen there, you can see that he's very restricted in what he can do. So Richie Saniga takes his first wicket, removing Alfie Newman, who made 7 from 13. So for those supporters there that were looking after and supporting Alfie, unfortunately his innings has come to an end, and we've got Matty Lewis, who's been clapped by the Australian team as the captain, coming out to bat. We see Demetrius Davitas making a comment, awesome bowling spell by Giz, line and length with a 4 for brilliance. So thanks, Jimmy, for tuning in and following us throughout the course of the day. Hope you've really enjoyed it. But we see Matty Lewis out there in the middle with a runner, Billy Moggs, and let's see what Matty can do and see how he goes. Good luck to you, mate.
Yeah, look, I think we look at that last wicket there again, Telfin. We've had 4, I think, or 5 wickets. There's Saniga comes in and bowls this time to Matty Lewis. He's tried to pull it, but it's just come off the body and drop back down on the pitch. The boys trying to cut the ball. It's a little bit too close to the body, and I think that's now 4 inside edges that have come back and hit the stumps, and they're bowled for it. So early on, we bowl again to Matty. Matty lets that one go through to the keeper. Early on, play the V, get your eye in, and then work from there. And I think that's just one thing we've done is we've tried to cut the ball too close to the body today, and we've paid the price for it.
Yeah, and the wicket's probably starting to play a little bit lower as well, and we see Matty attempt to hoik over mid-wicket, and I'm watching Matty bat already, and I think anything up's probably going to play into his game because obviously it's his back foot, his right foot that's injured, so anything pitched up, he can get all his weight onto the front foot and do exactly that, and that's hit out to the boundary line and well fielded out there by Brad Perdue, and they get through for a single. So it's clearly intent what Matty's job's going to be. He's going to look for anything full, and he's going to look to hoik it away or play it down the ground or hit it over covers. So anything short of a length probably going to be a little bit harder for Matty to get on that back foot, and he's going to have to play all of his cut shots and pull shots off that front foot.
Look, yeah, that's right, mate. I mean, Matty will be happy to get some balls in the middle, and anything that's pitched up to him, I think he's going to try and do exactly that. Put it out over cow somewhere, or go straight down the ground. Bowl again to Jeno, and it's let go through to the keeper. But look, again, as I say, Telf, make Australia 55, stay in the field as long as we can. That all counts towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, it is. It's a long tournament. Everyone gets to play. I think it's 4 games. So, and then the final. So, you know, each team's got, I think, 14 players. So,
I think New Zealand only have 11, don't they? So, they're probably going to borrow a couple of players from time to time here through the week to help them out if they get injuries. It's going to be a tough 4 games for them, and then 5 if they make the final.
Yeah, exactly right. And they've spent a lot yesterday and today training in the net, so it is a long week as we see another bowling change. We see Brad Perdue coming on from the northern end, and his figure's currently 5 overs, and he's taken 1 for 25. This will be interesting to see what Matty Lewis does. If we have a look at the field here, starting with a backward square and a deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, long on, long off, mid-off, deep cover, point and a slip, as we see the first ball push through quickly, and Matty looked to try and punch that out through the offside and missed. And a peel for LBW, and Matt trying to play across the line there. Thrown up a little bit, but obviously missing the stumps, according to the umpire. And see how he struggles there, playing off the back foot. That's going to be a harder shot, and there's probably going to be no power in the shot. So they'd be pushing it just back of a length or outside off stump, trying to force him off the back foot, Al.
Look, I think with Matty, what he's got to do is come forward no matter whether the ball's pitched up or not. He's hit that ball well over backward square.
And that's 4 runs.
That's 4 runs to Matty there. So that's what Matty's going to have to do, regardless of whether the ball's up or back, off the front foot and play that sort of shot to it. But I'd say, veterans cricket, so good to see New Zealand 55's come over. Such a great format this to be able to play cricket on grounds like these in international competition. So just a shout out to the Kiwis for making the effort to come over and be part of this tri-series.
And that's out. LBW, so that's the end of the game, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I'm not sure which way to go here, but obviously an effort there by Matty Lewis at the end to try and help get the team over the line, Alan, and thank you very much for joining us here in the commentary box. Maybe one last word from you, and then I'll wrap up the day's play and the score, and we'll do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate. We've got another game tomorrow against the Kiwis. It's been a great first game. Sadly, we've run a bit short here, but I mean, tomorrow's another day, and I'll go out and shake hands with the boys out there, and we'll catch up and have a beer tonight. Thanks very much, and really appreciate the job you've done today.
Wonderful. Thanks, Al, and pass on my best to all of the guys. I might just put the mic down for a minute. Thanks, Horst. Thanks, Al. And we might just quickly run through the final score here, and we'll let my man, the guru, the horse, finish everything up. And we've got so the batting card for the Australian over 50 Aboriginal team. We just had Al with us, but he made 17 from 30. Had Jamie Dewis, who was bowled by Craig Gislingham for 0. We had Peter Lee, also bowled by Giz, for 1. We had Daryl Smith, skipper, who got out LBW for 2. Johnny Dewis, LBW for 1. The knock of the innings, obviously, was Percy Raveneau on 67, just 71 balls, 13 fours, magnificent knock, and Mark Smee batted well with him to put on a 60-odd run partnership, made 15. And Billy Moggs also contributed to another 50-run partnership with Percy, who made 26 from 31 deliveries with 4 fours. And then Alfie Newman, 7. And Steve Jennings not out at the end on 5. And Matty Lewis, who unfortunately got injured in second ball of the day, fielding at first or second slip, has hurt his foot. And he came out valiantly at the end to try and do some damage and hopefully get the guys across the line. And he was last man out, LBW to Brad Perdue. So the bowling for the Australian over 55's team, we see Neil Grice bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27.
Craig Gislingham, 9 overs, 2 maidens. Pick of the bowlers today. Did the damage early, 4 for 32. Great work to you, Giz. Johnny Stevens, he bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, and took 1 for 21. And Brad Perdue finished up taking 2 wickets for 29 from his 6 overs. And then Johnny Short bowled 6 overs through the middle there and took 1 for 30. And Richard Saniger, the captain of the Australian over 55s, bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, and 1 for 24. So final score there, the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team, 173 from 39.5 overs. Unfortunately fell short for the score. They fell short by 96 runs, and they were chasing 270 for victory. The star of the day, no doubt, was Matthew Drain for 112, I think it was, from 127 deliveries, being not out on at the end of the day. So that's it here from Jackson, or the Jack Lancaster Oval here at Harrup Park in Mackay, Queensland. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a magical day. We've had 1,300 views throughout the course of the day. We're absolutely stoked to be able to bring you what's going to be a fantastic week of cricket here from Mackay. So Anthony Telfer here in the commentary box signing out, and hopefully you can join us tomorrow where New Zealand will take on the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team. Same time tomorrow, 10 o'clock, live from Lancaster Park. Thanks for joining us today.